Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the September 9th meeting for the Board of Selectmen. At the beginning of every meeting, we always announce that the meeting is being recorded and transmitted via cable television. First item of the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, so please rise. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The first item on the agenda tonight will be the continued deliberation on the Yard House hearing. So we're going to reopen that hearing, and I believe we have some information with our town council, Tom Mullen. Tom?
Mr. Chairman, members, I've been in touch quite a bit with Attorney Tim Perry, who represents the Yard House. And today, we each signed a letter agreement, which is contingent upon a vote of this board. But I'd like to read it to you and pass it out among you. I wrote to Attorney Perry as follows: Dear Mr. Perry, I am writing to confirm our agreement that your client, the Yard House Restaurant in Lynnfield, Massachusetts, will hire a police detail from the Lynnfield Police Department, assuming the availability of detail officers, every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights for a period of at least 2 years from the date hereof. Your client understands that my client, the Board of Selectmen of the town of Lynnfield, relies upon this undertaking in determining that certain allegations against your client concerning the service of alcoholic beverages warrant only a warning and not a finding of violation. And I asked him to acknowledge the agreement by countersigning below, and he did so. The idea here is that Yard House agrees for a period of at least 2 years to undertake the details that we requested of them. And in return, we would refrain from making a finding of violation and would, at most, issue a warning to Yard House concerning the events that you heard testimony about earlier this summer.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you working on this. It obviously isn't what we were aiming at originally. I don't agree that they weren't in violation, but I don't think that argument is the important part. The important part is what's in the best interest for the town of Lynnfield. And I believe having the details there for those 3 nights a week for at least 2 years and possibly longer is a better situation than them digging their heels in and fighting this and possibly us getting nothing out of it. And I believe this would be the best situation for the town. Tom?
My best recollection was we were looking for, as Chris said, details there in perpetuity, and I know that we can't say that's incorrect, that we can't do that. However, I don't recall us saying that we were going to just issue a warning either. Our last discussion was police officers there for 3 days a week, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night, along with a 2-day suspension held in abeyance and provide for 2 years, providing there were no other trouble there. Now, this is something totally different than what we discussed before.
What you describe was what was proposed by the board, not what was agreed to by Yard House.
Mm-hmm.
Yard House did not agree to that and will not agree. Mm-hmm. If the board insists on issuing a suspension and even holding it in abeyance,
mm-hmm.
that is so repellent to them that they will appeal to the ABCC. The reason they say is, first, that they have never received a suspension in any of their other restaurants, or this one, previously. And so they would take it as a very serious matter. And second, holding it in abeyance doesn't mean that they'd never actually suffer it, because who knows what might happen a year or 2 down the line. This is as strong a deal as we can get with Yard House. The alternative for the board, if you wish, is to spurn this and enter a determination that the restaurant has in fact violated its duties as a liquor licensee and impose a suspension. That would be appealed, even if we held it in abeyance, it would be appealed to the ABCC. The ABCC, I'd rather not go into great detail except if we were in executive session, but the ABCC requires strong evidence, including frequently eyewitness testimony, that the patron was visibly drunk at the time that he was served in order to uphold a suspension of even 1 day.
Right. I read all those cases, and and I agree with what you're saying now. I just thought that the timeline on the police details was going to be longer than 2 years.
We sought that. We sought it in perpetuity. They would not agree. The most that they'll agree to is this language, which is at least a period of 2 years.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Chris?
So who was the person then who agreed with us, who represented Yard House at first meeting? I mean, they were representing Yard House.
I've got to I attended one meeting, my associate attended the second.
The first
and-
meeting when we said be indefinitely,
Yeah.
or would there be no term at all to the detail?
I've got to say, I do not recall that they committed themselves to say that they would agree to a detail indefinitely. That was not my recollection.
I think the problem with that is that the manager that flew in from California to talk to us said he would do it, and when his counsel spoke to him afterwards, he advised him not to do it, and I'm sure they were advised by counsel in California that they didn't want to move forward under that circumstance. So I believe, even though he might have agreed to do it, their attorney did not, and he wouldn't commit to anything until we discussed what the penalty phase was going to be.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything binding from their side until today.
Right. If we didn't want to move forward on this circumstance, and we told them we still wanted to put a couple of nights in abeyance, and they would want to appeal that to the ABCC, they could appeal it, and in your scenario, they would probably win. Is that what you would?
Again, I don't want to be terribly candid about prospects in open session. I can tell you, though, that the case law is extremely challenging for the licensing authority. And if your interest is prospectively to see that there are police details there on the evenings of greatest consequence, this is clearly the best thing you can do. Because if you issue even a 1-day suspension and even hold that in abeyance, it will be appealed, and there will be no commitment on their part to impose or to accept police details.
Plus, there's nothing preventing us from bringing them back in if something else happens, either an infraction or anything.
Absolutely.
So we have no restriction there. I think, as I stated earlier, what's in the best interest of the town is to have the details there, and I certainly agree that I would like to see it longer than 2 years, but it does say at least 2 years. It doesn't say only 2 years. So I think that if this is the furthest they will go at this point, I think it's what's in the best interest of the town.
The real risk is if they appeal and win, there's no suspension and there's no details.
Right. Right.
So, if as you said, if the goal is to get the details up there, this is the best that Tom could do in terms of getting an agreement to have the details. And trust me, this took a lot of work for him to get this far.
I see Chief Breen way out in the hallway. You think maybe he could just, Chief Breen, could you come in? Could someone ask Chief Breen to come in?
He was hiding out there.
Chief Breen,
Crowd out there was talking about fun.
wanted to ask you a question about the Yard House. Have they had the police details for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday evenings for the past month or so?
They have.
And how has everything gone?
We haven't had an issue since they've assigned a detail to that location. So we're
Has-
pleased with that.
Has the management been working with you and your officers on duty there?
They have been. I've had a meeting with manager Ed McLean, although he is away, I believe, this week. I went in to see him last week, and he was off last week and this week. So when he comes back, we're going to have another meeting. So I've been pleased with what's transpired since we had the last meeting at the Selectmen's office.
So you would say that, so they're being accommodating with you and they're moving in the right direction?
I believe they are.
Okay, so I think I would have to agree that if this is the best deal we could get with them without having to deal with an appeal, at least we're getting some corrective action. The chief said they're working in the right direction for the best interest of the town, so I guess I would have to go along with what you're recommending at this time, Tom.
Chris?
Yeah, I'd agree. I think certainly we wanted to have that detail there beyond the 2 years, but I think from, without you being able to say it, that this is the best we'll get, and they'll appeal it and have the opportunity to possibly overturn it, and we get nothing for the town of Linfield. And I think it's good for at least those 2 years to have the detail, and we can always call them back in if there is another violation. We'll do that quickly.
All right, well, I'll take a motion then to approve the deal we've made with Yard House at this point.
So moved?
Second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Tom, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next item, we have Chief Breen here to talk about the cop sync presentation. Chief, and Jane Tremblay from the schools.
Mr. Chairman, do you want
We'll do him the first interview. This one.
Good evening. I'm here tonight with the superintendent of schools to discuss a new technology that we are extremely pleased to have in our schools, subject to the approval of the board. Since January of 2014, school incidents in the United States have grown to 1,144 incidents, with 91 shootings, 1,053 threats, and unfortunately 39 deaths. And Massachusetts has also had its share of problems. Last year they had 74 incidents with 73 threats, 1 shooting, and 1 death. Until now, there were no viable technology solutions for these types of incidents. However, there is a new technology that we have looked into, and I have had discussion with Chief Dominic DeMella from the Saugus Police Department, who currently have this technology, and he is extremely happy with the results since they've installed it over there. So let me explain what this does. It's called Brandon Cop Sync. It's based out of Danvers, Massachusetts. I'm reading right off of their website. It's for the first time in policing, Cop Sync arms officers and dispatch with real-time reliable intelligence through a crisis communication portal. The Officer Safety Crisis Communication Portal provides officers with threat location and a map of the building on the laptop in the cruiser, along with any further information given through the Cop Sync chat portal. For example, description of a shooter, which way they're heading. Brandon Cop Sync is the nation's only real-time information sharing threat alert and notification system that is certified by the Criminal Justice Information System here in Massachusetts. The system alleviates the following challenges during times of threat: lack of real-time mission-critical information sharing among officers and agencies at the point of the incident, inability of officers and agencies to communicate amongst themselves and across jurisdictional boundaries in real time, risk to officers' safety and unsatisfactory response time in incidents of targeted school violence. Brandon Cop Sync empowers law enforcement personnel with the latest, most powerful and innovative technology solutions. These solutions include providing law enforcement in schools with real-time information, communication, and reduced response time. Most importantly, the mission of Brandon Cop Sync is to protect our nation's children and law enforcement officials as well as school staff. By providing law enforcement in schools with the Cop Sync 911 solution, we significantly reduce response time to critical incidents. Some of the Cop Sync features are the alerts are instantly received by the 5 closest police cruisers in their patrol cars. Officers are also notified via cell phone. The Cop Sync alerts are instantly received by dispatch by the chief of police, the officers in charge of the police department for each particular shift. The alert notification is sent to mobile devices. It's also, there's a communication portal among officers, dispatch, and the threat location staff, so that
people in the schools, if they can update the location of an intruder, they can instantly enter that, and the officers responding, as well as people in the schools, know where the threat is. We'll have more on that. Superintendent Tremblay will speak a little more about evacuation.
Chief, is it just Linfield Police, or is it state police, or is it alert area police also?
It does alert area police, and I'll get to that in a moment, sir. It also provides for other departments responding a school floor plan, which is specific to the building under threat. So if there's an incident at the Summer Street School, for instance, and officers responding are coming from another agency, they'll have the GPS to provide them to the location, what their responsibility is, and where the threat is, and any possible identification of the threat. And reverse notification by dispatch to schools during crisis. So if we have bank robbery at one of the downtown banks, we can do a lockdown instantly through reverse notification through dispatch to the schools, rather than the old method of doing all these was picking up the phone. So who has it? Saugus, Danvers, and Peabody, 3 of our contiguous communities, have it. Middleton and North Reading are currently considering purchasing this. Mass State Police, Danvers Barracks also has this. So conceivably, the 5 closest cruisers could be 2 or 3 cruisers from Linfield, 1 from the State Police, 1 from Saugus, and you could have an officer who's responding from his home to the State Police Barracks or to another department. If they have their mobile device, a cell phone or anything, they'll get notified that way, and they could also respond. So it's a force multiplier for us, and we are particularly pleased with it. So why are we here? Well, we learned of this after budget season. So we weren't prepared to pay for this out of our current budget. So the superintendent and I decided to sit down and think of a way we could do this. And what we decided to do was to approach the banks to see if we could establish a partnership. And we are extremely pleased to announce tonight that the Savings Bank has paid the sum necessary for us to purchase this for the 2015 school year. We have members of the Savings Bank, including Vice President Robert DeBella. We have Linfield Center Branch Office Manager Lisa Pappas, and the South Linfield Branch Manager Tess Mercedat. All here, and I want to thank them very much for attending tonight, and also to President McCoubry, who was unable to make it but did show up at the school committee hearing last week, and we acknowledged him at that time. Superintendent Tremblay felt it was too important to wait until next year. We felt that this provides unmatched safety and security for our children, school staff, and police officers. So we are pleased with the tremendous commitment by the Savings Bank, and we are happy that we were able to accomplish this for the school year at no cost to the taxpayer. So with that, I will pass it off to Superintendent Tremblay.
Thank you, and good evening. Thank you for having us here
Good evening,
tonight. So I just want to explain a little bit about how this works from the school standpoint. Chief Breen explained how it worked on his side. So what will happen is the people from CopSync 911 will come into our schools, and they'll do 2 things. They will train our faculty and our administrators on how to use this, and they will also install the software on whatever we deem appropriate. So what we mean by that is probably in each one of our classrooms on either one of our Chromebooks or our desktops, there will be a little icon that says 911 that is off to the right-hand side away from all the other icons. And basically what will happen is if there is an intruder or a threat to the school in any way, the teachers can simply just click on that icon, and it sends out an instant alert, as Chief Breen was talking about, that goes immediately to the 5 closest cruisers. The other thing that it does is it alerts everybody in the building that there is an intruder, there is something happening in the building, and we need to do a lockdown. The reason why this is so important is because it instantaneously gets out. There's no calls to the office, there are no calls over the loudspeaker. It is basically a silent, if you will, code that goes out to all the teachers. The interesting thing about this, and we talked a lot about this when we met with the people from CopSync 911, is what happens if somebody clicks it inadvertently. They didn't mean to do that. And so they do have a safeguard on it where you literally see a countdown, a 15-second countdown. So if a teacher clicked it or administrator clicked it and then decided, oh, I did really not mean to do that, they can hit a button that says cancel, or they can expedite it by saying, yes, I did mean that, and it will go through immediately. We were talking, you actually, Chief Breen, were talking to the chief of police in Saugus. There was a teacher who put her pocketbook down on it and then hid it and then walked away and didn't see it. And when our chief of police was talking to the chief of police in Saugus, he said it actually served as a great drill, that they realized that, yes, the police were able to get there in under 2 minutes. The other feature that we really liked about it is in real time. Chief Breen talked a little bit about the chat room. So what can happen is if it's happening in my room in 217 at the high school, as Chief Breen says, it will say that the room is at the top of the high school, it's in this corner of the room, and then it also allows me to say the intruder is a 5'2" female with blonde hair, whatever it may be. And then other teachers can actually also weigh in on the chat room and say, just walked by my room on 110. The reason why that feature is so important and will be really good to the safety of our students and our faculty is if you think about how big our buildings are, if teachers know that the intruder is up on the second floor in the far left-hand corner, they may have the option to leave the building with the students and evacuate safely. And because it can also be put on their iPhones, they can immediately weigh in and say, Mrs. Tremblay, kindergarten teacher, room 22, safely located at. So it allows us to really be accountable for everybody immediately. I think when Brandon from CopSync 911 was shared with the school committee last week, he was saying that in some cases people have been locked in closets for 6 hours because they're afraid to come out. And so this really gives everybody the opportunity to know exactly what's happening immediately. So if you have any questions at all, we would be happy to answer them.
Well, Superintendent Tremblay, thank you, and Chief Breen. I mean, I certainly looked over the information about the system. It's not only a very powerful system, but it seems to be more widespread and growing in the area here, where you need that cooperation with the other communities to make it work. And I believe it's a great asset for the schools and for the rest of the town. And I did want to thank Savings Bank. I know Robert, Lisa, and Tessa here, and thank you very much for your generous donation. Thank you. I don't have a lot of questions about it. You explained it well. I see how it works, and I think it'd be a great asset to bring into the town. Thank you. Tom?
I think it's a great idea. The presentation you both put on was phenomenal. I read everything on that website. It was pretty interesting. I want to thank the Savings Bank for stepping up like this and helping the town and helping the kids. That was very crucial of you. Thank you very much. Out of curiosity, how much is this?
Well, we were given a price initially, which would have required us to put it out to bid. So we kind of asked them to sharpen their pencils, and they did. And they've asked us if we could kindly refrain from sharing that, because other departments might want to do the same.
Okay.
It's the final figure they did come down to.
8.5.
So it's $8,500. That will be deleted from the video, I'm sure.
So we're buying just one segment of their whole software? Is that what we're doing, or are we buying the whole
The initial
thing?
purchase is, the first year is slightly more than it will be to renew because of certain features that don't require renewal.
The purchase of the software, the installation of the software, the training is all part of the $8,500. And then there's an annual maintenance fee after that. That'll be split between the school budget and the police budget.
But I was looking at their features. They have quite an extensive list of options.
It's pretty impressive.
And from what I was reading, the numbers were much, much, much higher than that for the cost of their program annually. So you must have did more
We
than
worked
twist
kind of
their
hard on
arms.
that, right?
We explained our position, and they
Right.
came back with a better figure, and
Okay.
we appreciate that. So, I mean, we think it's a great product, and now that we have at least 3 of the contiguous communities involved, and perhaps 2 more, along with the state police, it's just a great technology, and we're extremely proud that we were able to accomplish this with our partners, the Savings Bank.
It's great. Thank you.
Chris?
Well, I just want to thank the Savings Bank also. That's a tremendous investment in our students' safety. I know when I was on the school committee, we made safety certainly one of our focuses with the SRO office. I've heard a lot of parents asking about the presence of the police in the buildings, and I think that's a wonderful presence to have. And this is another tool in this day and age that we need. So this is an absolute no-brainer. I think this is great. I know this plays well into, not that we want to give away too much information on our security measures that we have within the schools, but this is a perfect piece of that puzzle that I think is great. And so I congratulate you, Jane and Chief Breen, on a great initiative. And Jane, congratulations on another successful opening of school. Great job.
Jim, we have to both accept the money and then allow it to be spent on this?
You just need to vote to accept the donation from the Savings Bank for the cop sink.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to accept the $8,500 plus or minus?
Plus.
Plus.
Motion to accept the donation from the Savings Bank for the installation of the
As Jim said.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much for working on that and
Thank
getting that
you.
installed.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
all.
Appreciate
And
it.
Savings Bank, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a great tool.
It is a great tool. The next item tonight will be some personnel board interviews. I know Mr. Schaefer needs to leave. He's on a tight time schedule, so Wayne, we'll let you go first. Come on up and just tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us why you'd like to be on the personnel board, please.
How you doing? My name's Wayne Schaefer. I'm a Linfield resident. I've been in town for I guess a little over 40 years now. Not too much to say about myself. I've been around town for a bit. Seems like something that I'd like to get involved with, trying to help and give back a little bit to the community. And I'd like you to think about me. Probably look forward to approving me. See if I can sit with on it.
Thank you, Wayne.
Any
Appreciate it.
questions for me at all?
No, any questions?
Nothing.
Guys, any questions?
What kind of personnel knowledge do you have? I know you owned a pool business and you traveled extensively with that. What kind of management skills do you have?
I've owned a few businesses. I've dealt with people on a day-to-day basis as far as, I'd like to say I'm a people person. So for the most part, pretty easy to get along with. And I've dealt with hiring and firing. I've dealt with running different businesses. I actually provided my resume for questions as it went across. But I'd like to give back to the community and see if I can't help out.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks for
Thank you
taking
very
the time
much.
too, and I appreciate you pushing it up.
Thank you, Wayne.
I know you
Yeah,
guys were tough.
Great. Next, I'd like to, Dennis Ritchie. Dennis, I see you back there. I'd like to come up and just tell us a little bit about your experience in Linfield and why you'd like to be on the personnel board. We do have a full house tonight, Dennis.
Good evening.
Dennis, how's it going tonight?
Dennis Ritchie, 1 Daventry Court, Linfield, Mass. Been in Linfield now for over 24 years. Longer than I've ever been anywhere else in my life. Very strange. I've been in corporate America extensively. Never been a public servant, but I've always been in corporate America. I've done both mergers and acquisitions, sales, marketing, corporate management, a variety of different things, negotiated many, many different types of contracts and things. I think I bring a unique perspective to the opportunity, should I be so chosen. I think also that different set of eyes can't hurt. I also think that my experience in the private sector might be a little more positive over here in the public sector. You have a chance to see things in a different set of glasses, and you get a chance to talk about that and bring those things to the forefront. Done public work with the Linfield Recreation Commission, done some stuff with the church, done some other things in town. I'm here to help and serve, so if there's anything I can do, I would love to step up and be available. Anybody have any questions or things I can do?
Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate it. I don't have any questions, Chris. Or,
No questions?
no? Dennis, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Dennis, one thing though, you are certainly a public servant, a great servant to Linfield, so thank you.
Is Kip Sanford here today? Kip, there you are. How are you? Step up, tell us who you are and a little bit about yourself and why you'd like to be on the board.
Good evening. My name is Kip Sanford at 1 Huntington Road in Linfield. I've been a resident for 21 years, since 1994. I have 4 kids that are all kind of making their way out of my home. Gives me a little bit more free time. I have been in banking, commercial real estate banking, in the Boston area for the last 24 years, 13 of that with B of A and several of its predecessors. I've been involved in the town to the extent of sports and what have you. I've sat on a couple different boards, both nonprofits and industry groups, and again, been in the business world for 24 years. The request was made, and I'm happy to quickly stand up and serve where needed to benefit the town.
Great, Kip, thank you.
Thank you,
Any,
John.
any questions from the board?
No.
No, Kip,
Thank
thank you
you,
very
Kip.
much, Kip, appreciate it.
Thank you for your service.
And who else we have here? How about Gail Marcus? Gail. Hi, Gail.
Hi, my name's Gail Marcus. I've been a resident for 3 years. I'm currently CEO of a toxicology lab here in Massachusetts and was named one of the top 100 women-led businesses in Massachusetts. And I have a strong background in running businesses and also nonprofit. I have knowledge of healthcare in particular. I spent 25 years on the managed care side, so that's one area of personnel and benefits that I do have a knowledge of. Plus, I've been CEO of a number of different businesses, and in all of those have seen a whole variety of human resource things and challenges. In addition, I'm also a breast cancer survivor, so I'm very active in the nonprofit world for helping people who might undergo the same kind of treatment. I'm fairly new to Linfield, but I am very excited about the ability to help out here and hope that you will consider me for the personnel board.
Great, thank you.
Thank you
I
very
appreciate it,
much.
Gail. Thank you very much, appreciate it. Mike Griffin. Mike? Welcome.
Thank you, Phil. I'm Mike Griffin, 3 Daventry Court. I live upstairs in Dennis's spare bedroom. We're next door neighbors. I've lived in Linfield for 32 years, so the bulk of my adult life. My wife and I have raised 3 children here. They all went through the Linfield schools. So I have a very vested interest in the success of the town. My career has been primarily in corporate, some small companies, but the bulk of my career was spent at the Gillette Company in various marketing and business development roles. My last role there was VP of Marketing for the Oral-B and Braun business units for North America. So in those different jobs I've had experience in managing a large organization, departments of about 50-plus people, and have also had direct experience in negotiating joint venture agreements as well as development contracts for early stage product development. I've done several volunteer things in my life. Right now I'm spending most of my time as a big brother to an 11-year-old boy who's been a lot of fun. And, but I haven't done anything specifically volunteering at town government level, and I thought this would be the time to start to think about giving back and bring in some of the expertise. I certainly don't have all the answers, but I think I can contribute in a meaningful way.
Great. Mike, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And how about Mike Scheer? Saw Mike sitting over there. How you doing, Mike?
Hi, my name's Michael Scheer, 65 Carter Road. I've been a resident of the town since 1988, a homeowner since 1993. I'm a dad of 3 girls who all either attended or graduated from the Linfield public school systems, which we've been very happy about. And I'm just looking for a way to give back to the town. And it's really a simple answer. I'm very fond of the town. The town has been very good to me, my family, and I'd like to give back somehow.
Great.
Basically, yeah.
Michael, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Do we have anybody else? That's all I had on my list. Okay. Well, thank you for stepping forward on that. We'll put together the board at our next meeting. We'll put a board together and we'll vote on that. We also have a life board interview. We have Sal Uradi here. We asked at the last meeting, we had mentioned that Fred Santangelo was going to be stepping down from the life board. And Sal Uradi, who's the now at the Colonial Village, and I believe you are the governor. the chairman of the governors at the Colonial Village, and you had put in for this. And so if you want to just step up to the mic there, Sal, and just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you'd like to be on the Life Board.
Hi, so my name is Sal Urati, and I'm a longtime resident of Linfield, over 38 years. My two children grew up here, went into the Linfield school system, and my wife and I reside at the new Colonial Village. So as a retired professional, my background includes over 44 years of experience in the engineering profession. It includes the position of project engineer, and it covers the aerospace industry, where I worked on analysis of reentry vehicles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, as they re-enter the atmosphere. And in that particular area, our principal client was the Air Force. That I did for about a dozen years, 12 years. Then I followed up with about 19 years in the nuclear power industry, working on nuclear power plants. There, I spent most of our time trying to work on existing power plants and newer power plants, putting in backfits due to regulations by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. This was a result of 3 Mile Island, so there were many backfits, safety backfits that had to be accomplished in that time. And so the principal connection there, client, was the various utilities, the public utilities. And then I spent about 12 years in the transportation industry, working on the Central Artery project in Boston, better known as the Big Dig. There I was involved with the ventilation buildings. And my primary contact there was the Mass Department of Transportation and the various contractors and engineering groups that were involved in that project. So as a project engineer, my responsibilities included overseeing the technical performance on the projects, defining what the staffing requirements would be, managing the cost and scheduling, performance, and just working on project strategies when interfacing with the clients to resolve problems. So as Phil mentioned, that currently I'm the chairman of the Board of Governors at Colonial Village. And this has been a great time for me to be on the ground floor and working out a lot of the startup problems that affect the new village. And also working with the residents on the day-to-day resident issues confronting the village. So in this capacity, I've worked very closely with the Life Board of Directors. In terms of my education, it includes a master's degree in engineering from Northeastern, and I do have a certificate from Boston University in the area of financial planning, which I've found very useful. I'm applying for this position because I really believe in what Life is doing for its seniors, and I want to be a part of that program. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sal. I appreciate you stepping up. It's quite an impressive education and work history you have. When someone asks you if you're a rocket scientist, you say, yeah, I am. But,
I have to
go
say
ahead.
I was happy to see that you put your name forward. Certainly know the work you've been doing over at Colonial Village, so I thank you for that. I've seen it firsthand, and I've heard from a lot of the people what a great job you've done. I think you'd be a great addition to the Board of Directors. I really do.
A few people have contacted me on your behalf as well, Sal, and heard nothing but accolades about you. And after the description of your extensive resume, I'm more than impressed with your capabilities. And I'm sure that, is Life now moving to outer space? Is that what you're telling us, Joe? Is that the next center? So I think you'd be a great fit, and you add a whole lot of more knowledge to the board.
Joe Maney, do you have did you have an opinion, or do you have a recommendation yourself?
He's got big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
We recommend, that's right. Fred has done a nice job for a lot of years, but we recommend Sal for this position. He's been committed to Colonial Village and life in general, so we'd be happy to have him appointed by the board.
Great, thank you. I'll entertain a motion to add Sal Urati to the board for the Life.
I'll make a motion to add Sal Urati to the Board of Life.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Sal, thank you, and welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Sal.
Keep up the good work.
I know we're a little late, but we're there. But now we're going to open the public hearing for the application, all alcohol restaurant license for the California Pizza Kitchen at Market Street. So if, gentlemen, if you want to step up to the mic. I know we have the new manager, and I am assuming his counsel.
Yeah, that's a hard act to follow.
Yeah.
I'm not a rocket scientist.
Yeah,
I work for
yeah.
PhD. But I'll tell you all, I make a mean pizza,
Yeah.
which I hope you'll find out very soon as this goes well. My name is Tommy Whalen. I work for California Pizza Kitchen, and we're hoping to open a restaurant in Market Street. So thank you for listening to us.
Thank you.
They haven't listened to us yet. But anyway, my name is Greg DeMarcus. I'm an attorney in Lynn, and I'm here on behalf of California Pizza, Inc.
Excuse me, can we keep it down so we can hear them, please? Thank you.
They filed an application for a new license. They'll be going in at 1150 Market Street. California Pizza Kitchen, Inc. has 189 units nationally, has 6 in Massachusetts. This would mean number 7. And all of the time that it's been in Massachusetts, there's never been a suspension or violation to our knowledge of any liquor license law. Their premises will have 6,085 square feet. The seating capacity will be 237 seats. They're going to have a build-out of approximately $2.8 million. There's going to be 80 employees there, approximately 80 employees. Mr. Whalen is a very experienced operator. He's working at the California Pizza Kitchen in Cambridge. He's worked at Finale in Cambridge. He worked at Bugaboo Creek in Dedham for 6 years. He submitted materials as to all of the training that California Pizza Kitchen does for all of its employees who serve alcohol. It's I assume many of you are familiar with it, but it's a first-class operation. It's a family-oriented business. I think they're going to be a big asset to the community, and I think that they'll run a first-class operation. So we would ask for Mr. Whalen to be appointed manager and for the application for the license to be approved. And I do have the green card showing that we gave the notice to the abutters.
I'll take that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Greg. I appreciate it. We got a sizable file on your application. It's about 3 inches thick, and I got to a page 389, and I found the 2 pages I was looking for in the back. And one was the layout, which has a nice layout with a little cafe outside. And the other piece I was looking for had to do with alcohol awareness.
Great.
And I see that you sign a contract when you become an employee of California Pizza Kitchen. Is that what I understand?
Yeah. During the training process, before any of our servers or bartenders, the folks that sell out and serve alcohol, before they're allowed to go on the floor or at the bar and serve people alcohol, they have to go through training. And there's a sign-off that goes along with that we keep on file.
What's the training you do? We're familiar with Serve Safe and tips.
It's a tips class. It's about 3 hours.
A tips class, and they go through that. And what's your? You said you have about 80 employees. How many of those employees go through the tips training?
Well, if we go with 80 to start, half will be in the kitchen, then half will be out front. I'd
Right.
probably say 30, 35.
Okay, and that's been your experience at the other locations you've been at.
Ratio-wise,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah,
The one in Cambridge is a little smaller, so we have less employees.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'll have to say, when my kids were younger, I did go to Bugaboo Creek, and I did enjoy it. It was nice.
It was a fun spot.
Yeah, it was a good spot. But then when they get older,
Peabody, I'm assuming?
yeah, the one on Peabody. Yeah,
I worked for
but I've actually been to all the restaurants you've managed, and they've all very, very well run, and I've had good experience. I do enjoy California Pizza Kitchen. I think it's a nice, but we just want to make sure it's safe for the town of Linfield.
Sure.
And the big thing, obviously, between safety itself of the facility is alcohol.
Right.
And we want to make sure everyone's tip trained, and that the manager yourself is cognizant of that, and make sure everything's safe up there. We also want to make sure the facility doesn't have any issues as far as alcohol maybe leaving the facility or being out in the cafe area where it might get to the wrong people. So the two, in your cafe area, the 2 egresses, those are just for leaving?
Forgive me, sir, you said the cafe is in the patio?
Oh, the patio, yeah.
Sure.
I think you call it the cafe in here, but it's okay. the patio area.
Yeah, so the patio, all the folks that are sitting on the patio are going to get served by servers.
Right.
So they can't walk up to the bar, for example, get some drinks and go sit in the patio. It's a full-service area.
Right, but you have 2 doors leaving the patio area. Are those just for leaving, not for entering?
Correct.
Okay, so they can only leave out of there. Okay.
Yep.
And what's the capacity of the restaurant?
257 is occupancy, and seating is 237.
237?
I had the plan here someplace.
And I see you're gonna be at the end of the new building. Yeah, and I think that's a great spot.
Hope so.
I think it'll be well received in the town. I think it'll be a nice fit for what's up there.
Yeah, I get to visit there a few times. I really like that little market. It's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. Well, I think between the alcohol, I think you're a very experienced manager,
Yes, sir.
and the franchise itself, I think speaks for itself. It's done very well over the years, so I really have no other questions. Tom?
As well, I'm sure we all went through this very short application.
You read the Wells report?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're, from reading this, you're a well-heeled organization, well-funded, so we could see that there would be no problems with that. As you heard from our very first situation here we had with the Yard House, we had a little situation we had to deal with.
Yeah.
And it's rather unpleasant that we had to do that.
Sure.
So when Phil was mentioning to you that we take the tip and the serve-safe situation extremely seriously,
Right.
we do, and we hope and we think that you will as well. We don't want to have a situation, as you see, the physical location of Market Street is smack dab in the middle of a residential area. No matter how you exit, whether you exit through Linfield or Wakefield, we really just don't want to have a problem. Because if someone should leave intoxicated, there's a pretty good likelihood that there could be problems on the road. And we don't want that person to get injured, nor do we want anybody else to be injured. So, and I'm sure you don't, so I'm sure that you and your staff will do your very best to not let anything like that happen.
Absolutely.
And I have enjoyed your pizza. Unfortunately, it was in California.
That's cool. We're making our way out here.
So I really don't have any further questions. I'm glad that you're extremely financially stable. I'm sure we're just scraping the surface here. So I wish you well.
Chris?
Thank you very much, Tom.
I was fine until you compared it to the Wells report.
Oh, come on.
No, I think, no, we'll find out tomorrow night. We'll pay back. But I have to say that tonight, as Selectman Terranova said, it was quite obvious how we feel about any type of indiscretions at Market Street, and especially that area. And we'll certainly, I hope we don't have any incidents, but we'll certainly will act quickly. But I wish you the best and the best of luck. I hope we don't have that, but I think it was good for you to see that tonight.
Agreed. Agreed. I want to be careful not to diminish the importance of safe alcohol service.
Yeah.
So I want to qualify what I'm going to say there. As we're a family-first restaurant, our liquor sales, our alcohol sales are about 12%, of our whole pie. We're much more of a family-type
Was
restaurant.
that a pun?
What's that?
Was that a pun?
No, the other ones were though. And again, not to diminish the importance of it, but that's really not what we're trying to be, So.
Great.
That's
Thank
good.
you. Appreciate it.
Well,
You got it.
this is a public hearing, so any questions from the residents that are here? Anybody? No? Seeing none, I'd take a motion to approve the all-alcohol license for California Pizza Kitchen.
So moved.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congrats on that.
Thank you
Good
very much.
luck.
Now we're gonna work on the common vic license.
Yeah.
They're still gonna
Right back there, Greg. We got two of them.
Let's go.
You can serve alcohol, you gotta serve
You
food
just can't
too,
open.
So again, your common vic license, go ahead.
I'm hearing from the Peanut Gallery. Hopefully, we hope to open around mid-April. So I hope to see you all there. If I may, a little pitch, if you don't mind. One of the things that's really important to us, being part of the community, is we do fundraisers for different groups, PTAs, schools, sports teams. So if there's ever a way that we can do that with any of you folks, I hope you approach me personally. And again, my name is Tommy Whalen, I'm the general manager.
You heard how Linfield rolls, right? the Saugus Bank stepped up, I'm sorry.
did.
The Savings Bank stepped up with almost 10,000, so.
I took notes, like, I'm gonna go back to my kids' school and say, do you guys have this? And if not, you need to call these people.
Yeah.
I'm really serious. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, they were very generous.
Very generous.
Yeah. Common vic license, any other questions on that? Do you want to?
I mean, we don't have anything to add, other than you just heard the alcohol's 12%, so food's 88%.
Yeah, we
so
got,
we
and
need this
I
license
think
as well.
that's, people are going to enjoy that mix of food up there. So if we have any questions on the common vic license in the residents? No? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve their common vic license.
So moved.
Second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Welcome Linfield, guys. Congrats.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
One more.
What?
Don't leave Glenn, you still have the weekday entertainment
Hold on.
license.
Oh, wait, guys. We got one more.
We got
We got
one
one
more.
more. One more. They slipped another one by me.
Are you gonna second what she said and say, where's my pizza?
No,
I was gonna say, samples are appreciated. I mean,
Well, I'll tell you what, those first few weeks, give me a call, because I'm looking for some feedback.
we have a weekday entertainment license that we also have to approve.
Oh, yes.
All right.
For the TVs, yeah.
That I just want to talk about that for a second. The noise down up there has been very good. It doesn't spill out into the neighborhood.
Okay.
That's right directly across the street. So we want to make sure you are cognizant of that.
So we won't ever have any live music. You know, we'll have 2 TVs at the bar.
Mhm.
You know, the music we have in the restaurant is just background music. I don't have any intention of being open past 10 p.m.
What about on the patio?
Same idea. Hope to have outdoor speakers, but at an appropriate level.
Yeah, maybe have them point in instead of out.
That would be a lot easier to do if we get the permanent roof out there, which
Okay.
I'm hoping.
You hope you
But
get
I will
that?
absolutely try to, for sure.
Okay. Well, I'd take a motion to approve the weekday entertainment license also.
So moved.
Second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Congrats again, guys.
Finally. You're free to go.
That's why this is 3 inches thick.
All right. Thanks again.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck.
Look at the clips they give you.
a lot of paperwork for short.
Next, we have the common vic license for Yaru Inc., DBA Ming's Chinese Restaurant at 12 Salem Street. Do we have some representatives here from
Yeah, they're going to make
Ming's?
their way over.
That was my guess.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Andrea Koa. I'm the paralegal of Attorney Quest Coleman's office. Tonight I represent the applicants Yaku Inc., DBA Ming's Chinese Restaurant on the application of the common ritualist license for the operation of a Chinese restaurant at 12 Salem Street. The application is basically for the change of ownership only. The new owner is going to keep the same business type Chinese restaurant, take out same hour, same nature of the business remain, all remain the same. Only changes the ownership. We'll be happy to answer if the board have any questions.
I really didn't have any questions as long as if you're, familiar with the operation of the restaurant. I
Yes,
imagine you
he
would
does.
be. And did you work with the prior restaurant or another one before?
Yes, he does. He has about 8-10 years experience in doing a Chinese restaurant. He's an experienced chef in the Chinese food specialty, and he's also for safe manager certification.
Right.
And he familiar with the rule and regulation, food code to serve food to the public.
Great.
Mhm.
Great. Awesome. Tom?
What kind of Chinese food were you going to serve?
Traditional Chinese food, same menu, similar as the current main Chinese restaurant does. He has no plan to change much to the menu right now, but he will see, chat with the customer to see whatever, new items the customer would like. He may consider to add some new in the current menu. Otherwise, he will just keep it remain the same.
Is this gentleman the owner?
Yes, he's the owner there.
Okay. And is this the kind of Chinese food that he's been trained to cook and serve?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Chris?
No.
Hold on a second, Pat.
No questions.
Okay.
Don't serve any MSG at all in your food, which is one of the reasons that I go over there. It's been very good food. You weren't planning to continue that policy of no MSG in any of the food?
Let me ask and make sure. 他说了，你现在你这个餐厅里边是没有 以后你会一样吗？ Yes, certainly. He will keep it remain unchanged.
What'd you say, Pat? They don't serve food with MSG?
Serve any MSG
Oh,
in
really?
the
Okay. I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
terrible
Sure.
reactions.
Ah, great.
It's important to me that I know that.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
I'm curious, are you going to be renovating it at all?
你会不会做一点装修？会不会做一点装修？
没有。
He has no plan from now, maybe consider later. After the year, as you know, we will be very busy end of the year, maybe early next year. If any upgrade, improvement is required, he will consider to make some.
Some heat in it for the winter would be good.
Oh, yeah. I understand it.
Any other questions? No? And none being heard, I take a motion to approve the common vic license for Ming's Chinese Restaurant?
So moved.
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you. Next, we have the proposed warrant article for the purchase of the conservation land. This is the land out behind Kelly Auto. Jim, would you like to speak to this, or?
I'm going to let Tom address it
Tom?
first, and
Sure.
then I'll fill in any blanks.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members, we're talking about 9,104 square feet of conservation land that's owned by the Concom. When I say conservation land, that kind of misstates what we're talking about. Basically, this is land that is already licensed by the Conservation Commission to the Jeep Company for parking purposes. If you go up there and look at it, you wouldn't think of it as conservation land. In fact, it's upland, it's not wetland. It is highly desirable to Kelly Jeep, though, because they want to relocate, move further up from Route 1, their existing building, and they need this land in order to do so. And a license won't suffice. They need to actually own this relatively modest sliver of land. The law does not make it easy to sell conservation land. This is subject to what's called Article 97 of the state constitution, which means that in order to sell it, we need a unanimous vote of the Conservation Commission determining it to be surplus to the conservation, recreational, and municipal needs of the town, and they have given us that vote. They provided that vote, I shouldn't say given us. We would also need a 2/3 vote at town meeting. And it is proposed that the article go on the next town meeting warrant for that purpose. We would have to issue an RFP. Now, obviously, we have one buyer in mind, but we have to make the land available to everybody. We'd have to file an environmental notification form with the state, and the state would require that we show that not only do we get fair value for the land, but also that we get replacement land in an amount at least equal to the 9,104 square feet. So to whatever extent you may be concerned about our losing land on a net basis, we would not. So we anticipate that Kelly's proposal, should we get to the RFP position, would be that they'd pay us an amount of money and they would provide us with at least 9,104 square feet elsewhere for the Conservation Commission. And Kelly would be in a position to offer us one other thing that probably no other proposer could, which is they have offered to give us an access easement to the remaining very considerable quantity of conservation land that's up there. Right now, there is no such easement. So if Linfield residents go up there to take a walk or a picnic or whatever, they do so at the pleasure of the owner. And the owner has been very good about that, but the next owner may not be. The next owner will have to be, however, open to such visits if Kelly grants us this easement. And so we anticipate that part of the ultimate deal would be an access easement to the remaining conservation land. The Concom thinks that that is extremely important, and would by itself probably justify the proposal. I see that Mr. Kornitsky is here. He represents Kelly Jeep. Any questions for me, or would you?
You'd mentioned that this land currently, right now, protects Kelly from moving further down towards the neighborhoods, expansion.
I think I'm going to have to defer to Mr. Kornitsky about exactly what they seek, why they seek the land.
Hi, Attorney Kaninsky, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. Good evening.
Good, good.
I did have a brief handout as well. If I could approach.
Thank you.
So there were, just because we've
Thank you.
now received our favorable vote, I just try to outline a little bit about
Thanks.
the process. If we were to receive a favorable vote at town meeting, in terms of the use of the site, currently, is this site right over here. Show the public if anyone is interested in this. It's a 9,100 square foot parcel where the chairs and picnic table and rocks, boulders are. That is the conservation land that remains part of the Conservation Commission land. It's before that, where there are some parking spots designated in front, and Mr. Kelly parks some cars there. It's been used as a parking lot under a license agreement, a revocable license agreement, for some time. I could move this up along if you want to take a better look at it. And
Thank you. Thank you.
And I have a
This is land
illustration to
here. Maybe with
show
these right here.
generally what is intended for use with this land. It's pretty much going to look the same towards the back as it does currently. What Mr. Kelly would do is to look to have a wash station for bicyclists, a monument likely to show that it's the entrance to the Bow Ridge Conservation Area. He's also agreed that in his proposal, he will offer 5 dedicated parking spots in the immediate vicinity for recreational users. Two.
Sure.
And he would also look to provide a dedicated access easement. As I heard Attorney Mullen telling you, currently access is done through the goodwill of Mr. Kelly. He's done it for so long as he's been there. And the bicyclists have used that land there, many bicyclists who use it. And he would give a permanent easement. So I heard the question about it being a buffer for the neighborhood. Next to this land is the Linfield Water District, access to the tower, and also there are some cell phone towers up there, some antennas. And Mr. Kelly, over the past couple of years, pursued acquisition of a small parcel from the Water District, and we closed on that this spring. So that land, which has an agreement that we can't change the grade for the underground utilities, is going to remain in the easement area for the underground utilities the same. Can't lower that by agreement with the Water District. But that Water District remaining land serves as a buffer for the neighborhood. We're talking about a very small parcel here, 9,104 square feet, and it would provide a dedicated access permanently for generations to come to access the Lynn Woods and the Bow Ridge Conservation Area, which, if Mr. Kelly, there's been a lot of acquisition with car dealers nationally, and he's a large dealer group. This would afford an opportunity for the town of Linfield to secure that forever, to have access to the land. So I think that's why the Conservation Commission was interested in entertaining this proposal. We've been talking to them for a year. And initially there was, I think, some hesitation to give up conservation land. And when it was weighed that there was this ability to do something permanently for access, I think that was the deciding factor in obtaining a unanimous vote. So what is proposed is Mr. Kelly intends to offer in an RFP process, if it gets through town meeting, $170,000, which was the higher of two appraisals. The town had an appraisal, it was 115. Mr. Kelly had one for 170. He shared it voluntarily with the town, and he's agreed to offer his higher appraised amount. So he's offering, and one thing that he intends to offer, and it looks like we've just found some information about, there's a requirement in the Article 97 process that when conservation land is sold, that both sides of the legislature vote to approve, a 2/3 vote of each side, to approve the sale of the public land. And one agency that weighs in on it, the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs, they recommend to the legislature approval. And in their policy that's been generated, they have a suggestion or a requirement that they won't give a positive recommendation unless there's a suitable replacement piece of land so that there's no net loss of land. And Mr. Kelly has just learned from his engineer, Peter Ogren, that it appears he can carve out at least 9,100 square feet behind Nissan. So there would be, as he intends to offer 170, the land behind Nissan, the access easement, and 5 parking spaces by easement. And it's a process that's in front of us. We'd have to present at town meeting, get a 2/3 vote at town meeting, and then the legislative approval. But Mr. Kelly's willing to undergo that. He hopes that this board is willing to let town meeting decide if they want to sell this land.
Great.
Thank you.
Did he answer your question, Chris?
No.
No.
Why does he want this land?
The reason he wants this land is primarily for, he intends to build a new Jeep dealership on this property.
So this
and
is
it would
a
allow
piece
him to
of-
back up a little bit so it's safer coming off Route 1. So he can position the building elsewhere on there, but to make it safer, that's the way that he can do it. So it makes a lot of sense for him to be able to push the building away. The building currently is very close. People come off at 50 miles an hour and
Yeah.
try to access through the curb cut. So it's going to be a benefit for him. It'll be a benefit for his customers, and I think it'll be a benefit for everyone in town.
Tom, any questions?
As long as we're not going to be encroaching on the neighbors, because it looks like you're not really pushing back any further than what you are now. Would that be an accurate statement?
That the land, in terms of how far back the land goes for the water district land that was acquired, that piece, if you look at what I just handed out, the highlighted area on Exhibit A shows the land that we're talking about for acquisition.
Yep.
Looks like a slice of pizza. If you look at it above that, further north, you can see where it says 25-foot wide district access and Concom access.
Yes.
That area, that almost rectangular area, is Mr. Kelly's land that he bought from the water district. So that extends further back, but it's all wooded back there. I'd suggest I've been to a lot of the meetings of this board going back to the 1980s when Herb Chambers first permitted his property, and there were issues with the lights with Canterbury Lane. I know that because my father used to own the Jeep dealership here, and I can remember coming into meetings here when that was permitted, and there wasn't the same level of interference and claims of nuisance from the Jeep dealership as there were from the Mercedes dealership because of the distance and because, quite frankly, Mr. Kelly was operating the business then. He did everything that he could. And I am not aware, and I'd look to invite through the permitting process anyone from Canterbury Lane to be involved in that so that we can make sure that we're being respectful neighbors.
So how much closer are you getting to Canterbury Lane neighbors?
We're talking about, I would think, the new building being pushed back maybe, it looks to me like it would be maybe 20 feet, 25 feet from
But you
the...
have parking back there now, is that correct?
There's parking now. We're not,
So
the
is any
parking
of
in the
that
back, left rear is not going to change. There's parking there presently, there'll be parking thereafter.
Okay, so the actual footprint of your entire property, is that gonna change?
The footprint, well, actually, we're using this land now.
Right,
The
so-
land that we're talking about has been licensed for the past 10 years.
Right.
It's
So you-
used for automotive use, it'll continue to be used for automotive use. So there is no further encroachment of the use.
Okay, so where the trees start, you won't be cutting down any trees?
On this property that we're talking about, there will be no trees cut. The trees, it's already cleared, it's
Right.
open.
Okay, so you're already using that for parking. But my concern is that you're not expanding your footprint and thus making that barrier, if you will, that buffer zone, smaller where people hear more, see more, and get more lights coming right into their homes.
There may be a few trees at the front end of this parcel, on the Water District parcel, that would need to be removed. But maybe just, I'm talking with less than 5, a handful of trees. Because that area on the front of the Water District parcel is open as well. So
when
it doesn't
we-
look like there would be any further encroachment on those neighbors.
Where's Canterbury?
From here? I don't know.
Where is Canterbury Lane here? Where's Route 1?
On this map.
Or Route 1?
So let me give you the lay of the land here.
So there's a
Okay.
pretty big buffer already.
Right, so what I'm suggesting, this is all used for parking currently.
Mhm.
This area here is currently, there may be 1 or 2 trees here
Mhm.
to the back of it. So those trees could come down right there,
Mhm.
but we're showing an access here. That would be
Oh, yeah.
open as well.
Yeah, that's way down
It's
here.
wooded here.
This is that entrance.
It's
This
a
is all
road
blocked
here.
out.
There
Yeah.
would be no further encroachment. So the building that's here would come down.
Mhm.
The building would likely be pushed more this way, so actually away from the Canterbury
Okay.
road neighbors.
So
Canterbury Lane's way
Canterbury's
over here.
back here?
Way back here. Because you have, in between, you have the apartments.
Okay.
The
Mark,
apartments are back here.
What's
This is
here?
the roadway.
This is the entry to the
That's
apartments?
access to the road.
To the apartments, so they're all here.
That's Winfield Commons.
Right,
It's all
right,
through here.
right.
That's the buffer between.
Right, so there's already a big buffer there with the apartments and everything else.
Canterbury,
Right.
yeah,
This is Route 1.
Back here is all wooded. Yeah, okay.
This is all the bike paths.
So this is, so this is to the left of where this is. This is just over here a little bit.
A lot.
Yeah, it's a lot, it's a lot.
Distance because you have
It's hard to
Winfield-
tell because it's
you
no
have
scale.
Winfield Commons,
Mhm.
and then you have Mercedes,
Right, right,
and then Canterbury Lane.
Right.
Right. So what my,
Right.
what my concern, if to say there's a tree line is here, we're not pushing that back.
They just don't want us
Right.
getting such a
Okay.
buffer taken down that they're gonna start seeing things or hearing things.
Okay, excellent.
Oh, yeah, you already use it. Yeah, you already, yeah, you
All
already
we're
use it.
looking to do is change the boundary lines on this property so we can maintain the wetland plan.
Yep. Yep.
And offset the frontage.
Okay.
We're just gonna shift the easement over 20 feet, so we maintain the clearance and get the
It is close to the Route 1. That is close. That
It is close to Route 1, and I can see where it's dangerous.
Exactly.
Right.
So now your car carrier is gonna pull in off the highway now?
They pull in right now off the highway and come down the side, because this whole Nissan lot over
Mhm.
here, this all connects as one big.
That's a big
stretch.
lot, yeah, yeah.
So we have more than enough room, and the trucks all pull way into the back to offload the car.
Right. So you never unload up on Route 1? No.
The last
Yeah.
person that did that was my dad.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, there's all offloading.
Okay.
and all done behind here.
So there's a lot of buffer between any residential area, and Linfield Commons is in the middle. Yeah.
Minimum 500 feet away.
Right.
Okay. Winfield Commons blocks all of the view from Canterbury to.
But it's also hilly. It's a hill.
It's not flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, where the Jeeps are parked up in the elevated portion of the left rear corner.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you take position where the current Jeep dealer is, the market level becomes parking, we're gonna be to the right of it.
Okay.
All
right.
So you'd be
So Canterbury is way back here,
Over here, this way is Canterbury.
okay?
You're way over. You're way
So
over.
this is not gonna encroach on you at all? Nothing, the wooded area is not changing here.
The town of Linfield will continue to own all of this. This is all conservation.
No, no, no,
Way
it's
back
way,
here.
way over.
Canterbury's back here.
Yeah.
Because
You got Linfield Commons in the middle.
This is the access road to Linfield Commons, right there, and then Mercedes is here. You're behind Mercedes, and pull up to Linfield.
So that's several hundred feet. Yeah.
What about the Donovan property?
That's way down here.
What's the relationship between South and Donovan?
It's
Well, you got Mercedes in the middle.
Mercedes, Cadillac, Donovan, well, and then first the Demeet.
Which is now owned by Mercedes. But
Yeah,
James purchased that, yeah. Right.
She does.
Is there any plans to take that down and add?
It's been demolished. It's been used for parking.
Is there any future plans to add another dealership there, say like
The
a Ford
plan-
dealership or?
The current plan is to combine the lots. We need more and more space for dealerships because Mr. Kelly sells a lot of cars. So he needs all this space, so he plans to combine the lots, put a larger Jeep dealership on the site in a small sales building, second building on the combined, talking 5 acres. Well, it's very early. No, they're not permitted, and there's no plan to put a digital sign on this new Jeep dealership.
No
There's a
Jumbotron
current
sign
sign.
or anything like that?
You have regulations and bylaws that.
Okay. All right, so that's, it's not gonna,
One second, though.
well, let's not get off topic, Heather. Let's talk about this first.
The
Okay.
building, we don't know what it's gonna be until we get through town meeting. There's still a long way to go here.
Oh, we do.
Oh, we're gonna have another, Phil, this is gonna come before us again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for that detailed
Thank you.
explanation.
You're very welcome. Do you have any other questions for me?
Anything, Chris?
No. You have someone
No.
out here.
Yes, sure.
Is it possible, I'm not opposing this or anything, I'm just asking a question, I'm Juliana. Is it possible to have a site plan, because I do know that area very well, and there's already an easement that goes to the water tower, and I like, if you don't mind, Mark, may I?
Yeah.
Can we have a site plan so we can see?
I
where
have it
this lane
attached.
is,
You-
And the replacement land is being offered to, it's changed.
The replacement land has not been finalized. We're gonna go back to Concom and see if what we are proposing they like, or if they wanna do something different. All we're asking for at this stage is for town meeting to vote on whether or not they wanna proceed with the sale of this property for the price for dedicated access easement, which is on this site plan. And if that's what we're looking for right now, in terms of the location of what's proposed for the access easement, it's shown on this plan, but it's a bit, the water district access easement, we've worked at moving all of that to accommodate them. When there's a new building that is proposed, we also intend to offer the water district to replace their water main that is on the site that's over 60 years old. So that would be a brand-new water line from the back of the Kelly property to the front, and one that is getting close to the end of its useful life. So it has a lot of benefits for the town. It has a lot of benefits for Mr. Kelly, and I think it makes a lot of sense. So we're just asking the town meeting get the opportunity. So I can show this to you, Jill. This is the one copy. When I walk out, we can sit down, I can show it to you.
Okay. Any more questions? Heather, go up to the mic, please.
I'm Heather Keene, I'm from Canterbury Road, and couple of things here. I'd like to hear from the board, to hear what you think about this so far, what your immediate thoughts are. Canterbury has had a lot of issues with proposals. There's a lot of land potentially, undeveloped now, but could be developed soon. So we are concerned about our neighborhood. And I'd like to hear more from the board about what your immediate thoughts are about
Well,
this.
we're going to vote on it in
Yeah, we'll
a few minutes.
Right, but I'm saying it's
Do you have a
not-
question, other than that, for Mr. Knitsky or the actual?
I have a question
project?
for you.
Yes.
What are your thoughts?
Well, we're going to discuss that in a
That's
minute.
right, and that's
Yeah,
what I wanted
that's
to
why
hear.
we're here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank
Pat, you have something?
where does the money go if this is sold, the 170,000? Does it go into the general fund?
I think,
don't
does that
think
go
so.
into the sale of real estate
I think
fund?
it goes to the con fund,
Where does
doesn't
that
it?
go? Conservation? Okay.
That would go into a conservation fund under Chapter 40, Section 8C, and could only be used to purchase or maintain conservation land.
Right.
Okay. So there should be some kind of follow-up plan as to what we, if I understand you correctly, Mr. Mullen, we have to purchase other land, as in Chapter 97, other land has to be purchased. So I'd like to know what that would be, if we have any plan for that.
As I understand Mr. Konitsky's proposal, Kelly Jeep's proposal, they offer us $170,000 plus another 9,100 square feet of land that's elsewhere. Okay? So the 170,000 need not be spent immediately. It goes into this conservation trust fund. But the 9,100 square feet of land will be part of the same deal. I invite correction if I misstated.
You have it right, Mr. Mullen.
So then what happens to going out to bid?
We're going to write up a request for proposals that it is kind of likely there'll only be one proposer for. And that is not because of the money, it's not because of the 9,100 square feet. It's mostly because Kelly has one thing, has something unique to offer, which is the access easement.
Okay. And so the land in exchange is the easement?
No.
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 This is sort of like one of those commercials late at night where they say, and you get this, and that, and this. What is being promised or offered is $170,000 plus 9,100 square feet of conservation land, plus an access easement over Kelly Jeep's land to our existing conservation land, plus an easement for 5 parking spaces.
Okay. Have you read their proposed article and the selectmen explanation that they offered to the Conservation Commission?
I have.
First, and now, okay, and you think that's okay?
I do.
Do you have the one that was?
I do. It's attached here. I was looking.
Right, because Tom had a couple of.
Gotta go over the bid.
Yeah, right, that's
That's the process.
Tom, does this need to be voted on tonight?
Well, there would have to be a vote to put it on the town meeting warrant.
Because I have to be, I don't have enough information on this as it currently stands. I mean, I'm just looking at photocopies of that select area, at least an aerial photograph of what we're looking at, and I think even taking a walk around that property to see. I understand what you're saying. I think from what you're saying that if we go there and we have that buffer zone, I do think there probably is that buffer zone, but I have to see that before I make a vote.
Tom, how are we for time if, for the warrant?
I don't know when the warrant is being
The
closed.
warrant's going to close on Friday the 2nd of October.
We meet.
We're
Friday
going to
the
meet
2nd.
Friday the 2nd, so you could get it in that morning. And we could vote then.
Right, but a vote to put it on the warrant is not necessarily a vote in favor or against.
Correct.
It is just to put it before, to accede to the wishes of the Conservation Commission and put it before the voters at town meeting.
Mhm.
So you could take that vote, Chris, and again, we could take that vote on the Friday also if you want. But you can take the vote to put on the warrant and then form a position on it as you get more information.
Yeah, I really, I mean, I appreciate this picture here, but it doesn't show me much. I have to really see it, understand what that, I'm beyond Canterbury, I'm right in that area though. But the one
Right,
thing,
we have spent approximately 14 months in front of conservation.
understand,
with,
but now we're before the Board of Selectmen.
Right,
And now
I understand
we're the
that.
ones that have to put it before the town.
So can we do a walkthrough
Absolutely.
and have people take a look at this and see exactly what it is, Brian? Does that work? Yeah.
Can I just say something?
Absolutely, Brian.
Brian, talking to the mic right there so they can hear you. Thank you.
How am I going to do that?
Yeah, lift it up, lift it up.
How about if I, Hi, I'm Brian Kelly. Excuse my appearance, but today was technician training day. I've worked in neighborhoods my whole life. I have 2 dealerships in downtown Beverly, and whatever objections, whether it's lights or a flagpole, whatever it happens to be, I assure you I can overcome any of those objections. It's just an easy thing to do. So I've worked with neighbors a long time, and knowing this piece of property, it really doesn't, I don't think you're going to see anything. You know, maybe at night if there's clouds, you look up, you might see some lights. I can tilt them down, which I've done on the current site. There was a neighbor across the street had an issue. I put shades. If you look at the lights, they're old 1970s lights, and I put these big visors on them so the light shines down and doesn't shine across the street. So anything you would come up with, outdoor music, speakers, I've worked in neighborhoods, like I say, my whole career. I know how to deal with all that. So I can assure you everybody will be happy at the end of the day. And it's actually, this building is actually farther away from Canterbury Lane than the existing one where it sits. A matter of 50 or 60 feet.
I don't disagree. I think if we walk it, if I see it, the aerial photo, I think we have the time. We have to that Friday. I agree. I think if we go look at it, I mean, we looked at the other property by Century 21 when there was a purchase there. We walked. I wanted to see exactly what that would do for the neighborhood. I don't think we lose anything tonight.
I think a very reasonable request.
Yeah, you had residents. You have residents here that are concerned about it. They want to see what it looks like and get a visual.
I think in the big picture, where I'm looking for a 2/3 vote at town meeting, I think it does make a lot of sense, because I think the residents will see, and we can show a little bit about what the future plans are, and maybe gain their support for town meeting.
That'll be your best
So I think that would
advocate.
makes a
2/3
lot of
vote's
sense.
difficult to get, and I think if you get the residents to support it,
Right.
there'll be a comfort level with town meeting.
Now, have you been before the planning board and to get their thoughts?
No, what we would need with, because we don't know if we're gonna be successful at town meeting, so it's premature for us to do any of the permitting. I'd first go to, when I plan to go to planning board, if we get the 2/3 vote at town meeting, I would go there, with Tom on an A&R plan to, create the parcel. And that would be the first time in front of planning board, and give them an overview of what the intended plans are. But the plan on the A&R would be labeled as non-buildable. It would have to be combined with the adjacent land to make it buildable. That's what we did with the water district land.
Well, we had some taxpayers come in that wanted to buy town-owned property, and we said we wanted them to first talk to the planning board to make sure there were no issues that they saw that we would be unaware of. I would be inclined to want that to occur here as well.
Well, I can assure you that, you know, before there's still a lot of steps that need to take place before this land gets sold to Mr. Kelly. And that was one of the things that was explained, you know, to conservation, because assuming we get through town meeting with the 2/3 vote, the next step is an RFP that the Conservation Commission would approve. The Conservation Commission is free to reject any offer that comes, including Mr. Kelly's offer on that RFP. So they have a check there. They don't have to sell it to him. If they don't like his proposal, they don't have to do it. Additionally, the deed needs to come from the selectmen and from the Concom. Furthermore, we need to go to the state legislature. I'm not going to get state legislature approval if I don't have the support of the selectmen saying, yes, this is something that the town wants.
Right.
So there's all these opportunities that the town has along the way to change their mind. So we think it's a project that makes a tremendous amount of sense, and I think it's a great idea that you come to the site, and then we can really show you and see on the ground why it makes so much sense.
Okay.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
Sure.
So,
We have a plan to build a building without this piece of property, but what this does, it lets us push the building back about 20, 25 feet. Fire truck apparatus, people coming off the highway. Right now, they come off the highway, and then nobody goes that fast because there's always traffic. But they come off the highway, and they're in the parking lot.
Right.
This lets people come off and have a de-acceleration lane inside the property, so they can slow everything down. They can think, am I going to service? Am I going to parts? Am I going to sales? That's what it does, this piece of, it doesn't give us acres of parking. It doesn't do a heck of a lot more than let us push the building back from the highway a little bit. That's why it's important.
Great, thank you. Can
Yes,
you
sir.
step up to a mic, please? Just,
Joe Jacoby, 36 Canterbury Road. My question is for Mr. Kelly.
Sure.
I think I had mentioned it up there that you purchased the old Big Dog property where you store vehicles right now, correct, between your Nissan dealership. Do you have any plans of adding a fourth dealership down there in the future?
No, but I'm working on a plan to put one on Jill's property, which is a parking lot that Nissan uses. I have a Maserati Alfa Romeo dealership, and it's only about 8,000 square feet. It's a very small one. It's not a typical, it's a boutique dealership where it goes 2 stories, everything's up in the top.
Oh, okay.
So we've been talking about that. I've been offered the franchise. I've been talking with Jill. So that wouldn't be on the Big Dog property. That would be over on the Nissan side of the property.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you.
And it's 50-50.
Jill, step up to a mic, please.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you.
Good evening, everyone, again.
Good evening.
Jill Giuliano. I just want to say, I've known Brian Kelly personally for many years, and whatever he says, he is a very good, really, he comes through. He promises that you did a good job with all these properties. I know him, he's one of my tenants, and he did a wonderful job, and everything he says he's going to do. So I would trust him to do whatever he said. I'm sure he'll please the neighbors, he'll do whatever to make everybody happy. He will abide by the law. Whatever you guys want him to do, I'm sure that he will do that. And I can guarantee you that he will do that because I have experienced that personally. He is very accommodating and abides by the law. I just wanted you to know that.
All right,
So-
thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
Appreciate-
Thank you, Jill. Appreciate
Thank
that.
you. Yes, sir.
Jeff Feinberg, Murphy Way. As I understand it, you want this for the setback of your building. Could you achieve the same thing by getting a variance on the existing setbacks so you can move the building closer without the purchase of this Article 97 land?
I can't answer that. That's for Mark.
The building can be located on the site. It's just a question of how it's located. What makes the most sense for Mr. Kelly, we think for the town, is to acquire this land, put a portion of it on this land.
But allows
So
it,
so it physically would be on that piece of land? It appears that it would. It could move forward. Ideally, it would be on that piece of land.
because the other way wouldn't provide access to conservation land.
He can't, currently he has a license agreement for that land. He can't build on that land. He can't
Yeah.
use it for setback. So having it for setback, having it to locate the structure on, it gives him more flexibility. It
But
makes the parcel a bit deeper.
The conservation, they looked at it and gives them access to that conservation land, this current proposal.
Current proposal, we're gonna give
Yeah.
20-foot wide dedicated, it'll be the same access that the business invitees to the dealership are using, and then it'll extend back to the parking area and to the area where the access is to Linwood's and
Okay.
Low Ridge Conservation Area. The last thing that I didn't mention when I said you have all these opportunities, either say no, we also have to permit this dealership.
Mhm.
So in the permitting of the dealership, there's also many opportunities that the zoning board of appeals and the planning board would have to have input and, say no on what's proposed for a future building. So there are lots of opportunities for the town to be involved and to really get a nice plan here, something that's gonna work for the recreational users and something that's gonna work for this long-term business in this town.
I might not live that long, Mark. And one other thing I wanted to say is all the flowers that you see in front of Nissan Linfield and all the grass, that will get carried, all the way down in front of the Jeep project too.
Well, Mark, why don't we arrange a walkthrough for the neighbors and some of the board members so we can all take a look exactly what you're doing? Does that make sense, Brian, with you too? Just, I'll take a look at it, see exactly what the property looks like, what trees you're talking about taking down, just so everybody's comfortable with it.
Perfect.
Then we can revisit this on the 2nd, the morning of the 2nd? That's our next meeting.
Okay, excellent. And would I arrange that through Mr. Curtin?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll look to invite the neighbors to observe that as well.
Right.
I would still like to.
Letter to everyone? How are you going to notify the residents?
Well, how about
Canterbury?
if I have your email address, if you and I communicate, can I then, when I schedule the time, invite you and you communicate with the neighbors, or get me?
I'd like for you to send a letter to everyone's house.
I can send, if that's what this board would like, I think that's fine. I can invite them by letter. I'll get the.
That's what we've done in the past, send a letter out to the abutters, and that works well.
I'll get the list and
Yeah.
I'll look to send that out.
Yep, that'd be great. Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Just so you know, my position is I'm still going to want you to go before the planning board before you can get my support on this.
Before I get your support
Right.
for it to go to town meeting.
Right.
Okay, so I'll see if I can get it to the next planning board.
Which
Alan, do you have-
Alan Drezios is a member of the planning board right behind you. He's happened to be here each of the last time someone was here that wanted to buy town-owned property. The planning board is very accommodating. I'm sure you can meet with them well before the October 2nd Selectmen meeting and get their blessings.
Okay, so I'll get there. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Great, thank you.
Brian, thank you.
Thank you all so
Thank
much.
you.
Alan,
Appreciate it.
wait, Alan, do you have input on that?
Alan, you?
Alan Gracious, co-chairman of the planning board. I'd just like you to let us know when the site visit's scheduled so planning board members can attend also.
Sure.
We do have to give a recommendation of town meeting on the sale of any property, so we will have to consider it at one of our meetings.
Great, thank you, Alan.
Great, thank you.
Bob, can we arrange and make sure the board's notified when that gets arranged? Thank you. Our next topic will be the discussion of the town hall space that we're sitting in right now, along with the offices next door that were made available by the school department when they moved over to the senior center building. And so we have some space available up here to rearrange some of the departments here in Town Hall. And there's certainly some departments downstairs that are very tight, to say the least. And I think Jim Boudreau would like to just talk about what might be the best rearrangement of the current space.
The board has several different iterations that were done by Andrew and the town engineer, and I sent those out to the board quite a while ago. The reason for the discussion is when it first became knowledge that the school committee, the school department was looking to move out, the board had originally talked about possibly expanding this meeting room. Since that time, we've actually built Market Street, so we have a bigger meeting space. And the question is whether we need to expand this and the cost of expanding this. There are several different scenarios. They all cost money to go either that way or back that way. At this point, notwithstanding tonight's meeting, which is crowded, we generally don't have a full house. What I would recommend would be the last option, which would actually move the selectman's office across into the old school department space to give Bob some room for more piles. Because at the present rate he's going, the piles will fall over and kill him in the very near future. And then I would move the accounting space over across into our office and move Janice down so the accountant and the assistant accountant are reunited. And then that accounting space would become a desperately needed small conference meeting room. For those of you who come in here during the day, we are desperately short of meeting space, and we would probably convert that to another small meeting space. That can all be done at little and no cost. Anything else we do, we will have to go at some point to get an appropriation because it involves taking down walls, rewiring, new lights, new everything.
And this all can be done in-house?
It's going to all be done.
Same with the no cost?
Yep.
And what about the basement?
The basement, we still need to talk to the planning and conservation and talk about what they want to do. Andrew's plan would move them into the old school business space. His office would then swing over that way, and the engineering office would become another small meeting space downstairs. Anything involving moving planning and conservation is probably going to require, in the spring, some sort of appropriation of funds to hopefully digitize some of their files, because they have just copious amounts of files down there. If we could digitize them, especially the plans, then those would also be useful to the highway department to digitize, take those digitized plans, put them in our GIS and put them in our mapping systems without having to do it by hand. But we've looked at this about 9 different ways, and the easiest and cheapest solution for up here is to not expand the meeting room, but to just kind of rearrange some offices and give ourselves some new small meeting space.
Hey, I agree. I don't think this room needs to be bigger when we have access to the Merit Center. That's certainly a beautiful space for us to use. We probably would have done that there tonight, except we had the public hearing. And the public hearing didn't allow us to change it at that point. So you're looking at first floor option D?
First floor option D, correct.
Yep.
I'd have to agree with Phil on that. I think we incurred costs certainly to move the school department to South Linfield. I think we've incurred enough costs right now in office space, and the Al Merit Center certainly provides us with a wonderful open meeting room that we've utilized already. So I think this is a good conservative approach to using that office space, Jim.
And option D seems to be reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, I might have Andrew move the paneling over to my new office, because I'll miss kind of that
You'll miss
Brady
that,
Bunch
right?
feel
Yes.
that I have right now. But the work can all be done in-house, and it's a little bit of computer time to do the computers for the phones, but aside from that, it can all be done in-house.
That was a very popular look in 1970, so.
And it's still there today.
Still is. Yeah, I think option D was the one I liked initially. I still like it the best.
Okay.
So that'd be the one I would,
All right,
do you want a formal vote on that?
If the board likes, that'll be fine.
Yeah. I'd take a motion to accept option D.
I'll make a motion to approve option D of the first floor renovations.
I second that.
All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
May I point out that Market Street, the last meeting that we had, there was no parking. We
No
were
parking?
going round and round and round trying to find parking. That's one thing, that's a problem we don't have here.
Okay. Didn't realize that was an issue last time. Thank you.
The, as far as the basement plans, I really can't see a difference between A and D and C and B.
Those are almost all the same. Very little differences between those.
I mean, A and D, I can't find a difference.
I don't think he switched anything on
C
that.
and B, there's just
Very little.
a typing difference. Of,
Yeah, there's very little in those, and but there's going to have to be some discussion with Conservation and
Okay,
Planning
so
before
we're
we
not
move
even
anybody
close.
downstairs. Yeah, we're not close with that one.
No basement discussion.
Beautiful. Next on the hit list, we have, we got to do some updates on a few items. The first one I'd like to talk about is Union Hospital. And the Union Hospital is, we were talking about meeting with the governor, which we're still going to set that up in the next couple of weeks. He postponed my last meeting. We're going to have with the town, along with the Brad Jones, state rep. Also had Mr. Perry over here, Wayne, had mentioned the Health Policy Commission, and unfortunately, their meeting's tonight, so I wasn't able to be at both. I would have liked to attend it, but I did send a letter to each member of the commission and their council, and I asked them for a private meeting with local leaders in this area to sit down and discuss the options we might have for Union Hospital, and they agreed to do that. So next week, we plan on meeting with the Health Policy Commission and see what, if anything, they have to say and what they can do about the closure at Union Hospital. But that's still an ongoing topic. There's been no discussion yet of whether or not they filed anything with the Department of Health. They have to file a 90-day notice. There's been no discussion of that coming. It hasn't come yet. They've indicated they don't plan on filing that quickly. So we haven't gotten to that point. Again, 90 days doesn't seem like much of a notice to close a hospital. So we're trying to head this off as much as we can. The governor and lieutenant governor and the Department of Health have been brought up to speed on it. And with the local state reps, mayors, other selectmen, town administrators, we're going to see what, if any, options we have to try to coerce Partners Healthcare to keep something available. The discussions I've had, they don't have a positive outlook as far as Lynn Union. Lynn Union can close, Partners Healthcare can close it, but it's up to Partners Healthcare to demonstrate that they can provide the health care that we're getting now with the closure and the use of the other hospitals in the area, and I don't believe they can do that. I don't believe they'll be able to show that going to Salem or to Danvers or Melrose Wakefield or Winchester is going to be nearly as effective as someplace that's 5 minutes away. And so we're going to try to see if we can work an arrangement that either they keep it open or that they provide some sort of trauma and emergency services in that same area so we can have that access to the town of Lynnfield. In the town of Saugus, West Lynn, West and South Peabody, all in the same boat. We're all talking about the same issues, and no one can see any reason that the Department of Health wouldn't have an objection to them closing. So we'll update that after the next meetings we have with the state legislature and let you know where that's going.
But it depends on the illness, my son's a paramedic and he had a heart attack on, down in South Linfield.
Mhm.
And it's a good thing that he was, they were going to fight a fire.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing that there was another person there. But he did flatline, but he came back, and he works over here in this fire, station here. And, it depends on what the incident is. Now, they rushed him to Salem Hospital
Mhm.
because he had a heart attack. Now, I don't know how well equipped Lynn Union would be with the doctors, because that's number one.
Well, you're correct. I mean, what's going on at Lynn Union now is doctors have started leaving and they have lost some of their services there, but it's still open. And I had 2 emails from last week where emergency service went to Lynn Union, and they both were very adamant that they wouldn't have survived if they had to go to Salem. And the EMTs were explaining the same thing. But they're still using Lynn Union, which I was happy to hear that they weren't rerouting them to Salem, you know.
Depends on the incident.
Well, it does. It has to be an emergency to make it, you know, if it's not an emergency, you can go further away without it being life-threatening. You know, this is more to do with life-threatening emergency services that we need here.
It's over there. The paramedics and the EMTs, they know the situation with the person when they come to them. And they know then where to take.
Right, right.
Because sometimes, I know that my son has taken them to Mass General in Boston
Right.
because of the situation.
Well, sometimes they'll stabilize you at the local hospital, then bring you to Mass General or one of the bigger hospitals. But they still need to have that local hospital to get stabilized. Triage, correct. And you don't have that up at Leahy, up at Peabody. I think the closest Mass General is up in Danvers, but they don't have an emergency room. That's right, they don't have emergency services. So that leaves us with going to Salem, Melrose, Wakefield, Winchester, or Beverly. You know, it's still a long ride. It's a much different ride in the winter also than this time of year. So that's what we're concerned about, and we're going to keep working on that.
Now, what's that ad on the Linfield, one of the Linfield channels, about people going down there and, it's on 29. I watched it today.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. Okay, thanks. Also want to talk about, this is something that's come up recently, was we got invited probably 2 hours before the meeting, but there was a meeting over at Camp Curtis Guild about a possible cell tower. And unfortunately, I was already tied up that night. I wasn't able to make it, but I got the information from the gentleman that ran the meeting. They work out of DCAM in downtown Boston, which is right near my office, so I ran over and got this from him. And what the meeting was, it was an early informational meeting about the possibility of a new cell tower somewhere on the Camp Curtis Guild site, which is an enormous site. It includes 4 different towns, and it didn't have anything to do with the location of the tower. It had to do with them informing us that they're going to apply for a permit to put a tower there. And the permitting decision is happening on the 16th of this month. So if they get approved to have a tower on the location, then they're going to have another public hearing after that. And we will have the ability to go to that public hearing and talk about location. One thing I did tell them is in the Linfield side, especially up in the 7 Norway area, we have a current gas pipeline, and there's also a proposal to put in a new gas pipeline. And there's a metering station already there with a pipeline that goes in through the town. It's a 12-inch line that comes through town from there. There's 2 12-inch lines. And I said, I don't want a cell tower anywhere near that property. And he understood that, and they're going to talk about location after they have a public hearing after the decision's made. This is all Commonwealth of Mass land, and they talk about the dozens of cell towers they have on Commonwealth of Mass land that they receive millions of dollars every year from. That rental income they get from the cell companies is a tremendous amount of revenue for the state. So that's why they look at this as a money-making venture. Well, I told him, I said, you can make money, but it's not going to go, you know, in a place that we're not happy with. So we're going to have that discussion after we find out if they're approved, and we'll have a public hearing, which will be announced sometime after 9/16.
I'd like to add something to that, because I actually went to that meeting. And the discussion that evening was for more than one cell site. No one knows where any of the cell sites are going to go or how many there will be, but it was pretty clear it was more than one. I did bring up at that point in time that we did have an attempt to put up a cell tower or a cell site down in the corner of Chestnut Street and Lowell Street, and that was defeated. And I made it very clear that Linfield would not welcome a cell tower, especially in the area between Lowell Street and abutting Chestnut Street. That we had an issue ongoing right now with the very large gas main, and to add this would be just overwhelming for the people of Linfield. So at that point, I did look at the gentleman that was proposing the cell tower, and his expression did change that evening. So I could only hope that he wasn't designating that area for a cell tower. But if someone did try before, it would appear that that might be the target location. So I hope that won't come to fruition. I did also send DCAM an email, and they said they were going to reach out to my fellow selectmen regarding this matter. And they really don't have any answers for any questions. They don't know where the cell tower is going to go. The only thing that they do know is the military is going to tell them where it won't go. That's the only thing they know for sure. So this is really the cart in front of the horse. And I hope that they don't approve it, and then we wind up with one, possibly two cell towers. So that was the information that I gathered that evening.
But why would we not like to have a cell tower close? Because I have to go outside to get, with my phone.
If you want to go up to the mic, why don't you, because there's other people watching at home. If you want to ask a question, you're all done? Okay, I'll just say, if you want to ask so everybody can hear you.
Well,
I know you like to chit-chat, but if at home, they can hear you too.
Where there's a cell tower, there's a backup generator, so which has to start periodically. So I don't know how you would like that in your backyard. What, money?
Oh, big money.
Okay.
I have a son that works on those.
Okay.
And he told me that, I'm sorry.
We're gonna, as soon as we know what the decision was on the cell tower, and whether they've been approved, whether it's one or more, we're gonna find out, and if there's a location meeting, we're gonna make sure that we represent the town there, and we'll make it known to the rest of the town when and where it's gonna be. They did the last one at Camp Curtis Guild. I believe they're gonna probably do the next one in the same place. And like Selectman Terranova said, they're gonna be taught, they've already been being told where not to put it, because the Army doesn't want it in certain locations that they use. So that leaves the wooded areas on the fringes. But it's also 4 different towns. And the fact that they wanted to put one in that area before, I'm not sure if they do or not want to use that location, but we're going to make sure that that doesn't get considered for the next one. At least if we'll do what we can. But that's going to be a couple of weeks, we'll know, and we'll get that back to you. We'll let everybody know in town once we hear back from them, especially when the next hearing is. Okay? Anything else, Chris? Anybody?
No.
No, good? Okay. Next issue, Kinder Morgan. Here's a happy issue. We got a notification from representatives of Kinder Morgan that they'd like to meet with myself and our superintendent, our town administrator, and the superintendent from the water commissioner. So we met with Ken Burnham, Jim Boudreau, and I met. I also invited Brad Jones' office to attend the meeting, and we met at Kinder Morgan in Boston. And we sat down with them and we talked about you know, what their plans were, what their timeline was. And we discussed routing, water issues, and what everybody's concerns are. And these had been discussed before. I think just to correct some of the misleading information that's being put out there, we would discuss this about 12 to 14 months ago. We talked about the water issues. We talked about the routing of the pipeline up in the North Hill area. There was a gentleman named John Gavin from NLS Group, which is a siting company. They do the preliminary work. They're hired by Kinder Morgan. They're not part of Kinder Morgan. And this gentleman, John Gavin, was going door to door, asking neighbors if he could look in their backyards, and gave him some pamphlets talking about Kinder Morgan and the pipeline. Well, the neighbors didn't know what they were talking about. They didn't have any idea there was a pipeline possibly coming through. Several neighbors had contacted me and told me who he was. I got a hold of him, talked to him about what the concerns were in that area. At the time, they were talking about going down the back of Glen Road, taking some of the property by eminent domain and routing it down right to the end of Glen Road where the wells are. Well, of course, the water commissioner says, no, this isn't going to happen. And then they wanted to go south down Tapley. And so they were not only going through the North Hill area, they're going to go through the Tapley neighborhood. And so that, when we saw that, I talked to Mr. Gavin, who conveys this back to Kinder Morgan and the site people. And that goes, and we said, look, at the neighbors told me there's an easement on that property, on the street, up the street. That's an electrical easement that existed. It's owned by the town of Danvers. We brought that to their attention. And the water commissioners said there's no way you can put that pipeline anywhere near the water or the wells. So they rerouted that whole route. And what they did is that they're going to follow the easement across North Hill to the Water District land. Now, the Water District land where they're proposing is going to put the existing proposal about 1,500 feet away from our existing wells. Well, when we sat with them the other day, we talked to them about not only the existing wells, but the possibility of future wells. And future wells were going to be more in the middle of the property, much closer to where their proposed pipeline was. Well, Ken Burnham explained that to them. We talked about could that also be rerouted again? They said yes, it could. If they push it all the way out to the edge of the property towards North Reading, and then followed the existing railroad bed from the North Reading line down to the Peabody line behind Postic, that would be as far over as they could go. All right, so that would put the existing wells about 4,000 to 5,000 feet away from the pipeline, and it would put any future wells about 1,500 feet away from the pipeline. And that's as far away as it could possibly go. And by no means are we condoning or endorsing the pipeline, but the two-prong approach we're trying to take on this is have the minimal impact on the town and oppose it as much as the other towns. So there's opposition, and then make sure the routing has as least amount of impact on the town of Linfield. And that route that the water commissioners and through the existing easement is the least impactful route for that pipeline. Now, the other issue is whether or not we're going to oppose the pipeline. And there's three resolutions I'd like to propose tonight. And one's that we oppose the pipeline. We make a formal vote from the Board of Selectmen to oppose the pipeline. Secondly, I'd like to have a vote to join the Northeast Municipal Gas Coalition. Okay, and that's the group that's been opposing this. And thirdly, and probably the most important piece of this, is they're going to be applying in mid-October to FERC for the initial approval for the pipeline. All right, and I think some of the early information that came in was talking about December. Well, it's a lot quicker than that. The second approval comes in December. So there's a process that the town can go through that we could become what's called an intervener. And if you apply to become an intervener, and all the towns along the way are doing this, if you apply to become an intervener, you become part of the discussion in the case at FERC. So you get informed about everything that's going on, and you get to discuss it with them, and you can show up at their meetings, and you can have input. So those documents I've got prepared here, and we can talk about them. I think the other selectmen have copies of these. And this, by no means, talking to Kinder Morgan just gives me some information of what's going on. He also conveyed, just as an aside, Kinder Morgan would also like to open it up to the other two selectmen if they want to come in for a meeting. They've offered that. I don't know, I think, did you already speak to them?
No, I haven't.
No,
I'd like
okay.
to go and
But I
see
think,
them. I haven't received
yeah,
a response from them.
I think we're going to get that.
Me.
But let me just tell you a little bit about what's going on in the last couple of days. Bradley Jones, who's our state rep, filed a letter with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Who's the one that gives the license for this? And they're the ones that approve it. I'll just read it to you quickly. This is to Kimberly Bowes, the Secretary of FERC. This, Dear Secretary Bowes, I'm writing with respect to project number PF 1422-000, the Tennessee Gas Pipeline Northeast Energy Direct Project, which includes the so-called Linfield Lateral. And we talked about the Linfield Lateral specifically here because Brad Jones represents all the communities in this area that are directly affected. I appreciate FERC's efforts to schedule a series of public scoping meetings on this project in Massachusetts and to make staff available to answer the public questions at these forums. However, I am extremely concerned that none of these meetings have been scheduled in the communities impacted by the so-called Linfield Lateral or in any communities bordering it. I represent communities whose residents will be directly impacted by the proposed pipeline as well as neighboring communities. And I think some of the neighbors here that may have contacted me know that the two of the meetings that I was scheduled to go to, because we were talking about this months ago, they canceled those meetings and they did not reschedule them, which was one of the reasons that Brad Jones wrote this. My constituents in Linfield, North Reading, and Reading have made it very clear to me that they still have significant concerns about this project. Some of the concerns relate to the environment and the possible harmful impact the pipeline will have in surrounding waterways and wetlands, as well as potential disruptions and negative impact on local property owners. One of the biggest concerns, however, relates to Kinder Morgan's lack of openness and transparency throughout the process. Many of my constituents in North Reading were visited by company representatives last year asking for permission to conduct on-site surveying on their properties, even before the company had notified the Board of Selectmen or any other town official about the plans to move forward with the proposed pipeline. This lack of transparency is simply unacceptable for a project of this magnitude. And I think you'll know this is exactly what happened here in Linfield. I believe a face-to-face meeting in my district with FERC representatives would be most helpful in giving local residents an opportunity to express their concerns and to obtain answers to their concerns. I am willing to personally help facilitate such a meeting and assist in making the necessary arrangements to secure an appropriate local venue. Please call me, and thank you, Brad Jones. So that was the letter Brad sent out. What I did when we were with Kinder Morgan, when we met with them last week, I asked them to have a meeting with us. And Kinder Morgan agreed to have a meeting. They're going to come in October. They're going to have an open house for the town of Linfield. Okay, we haven't had the date set yet, but they will come, they will set up, they will speak, and they were going to specifically speak about the properties that are being affected up in the North Hill area. Okay, there's 6 or 7 homes directly affected that are on the easement. So they're going to come and talk about that initially, and then talk about the pipeline and the process with any other resident that wants to come in and discuss it with them. The other thing we've arranged is October 5th, which is our next selectmen meeting, that we're going to have a full meeting, will be we're going to have a discussion of this with Ken Burnham from the Center Water District, and we'll talk about the water issues. And he's also going to have the engineers from Camp Dresser and McGee come and talk about the impact it will have on the town. All right, so that'll be, you'll be able to ask direct questions. He'll talk about the wells they have currently and the wells they're talking about putting in the future, and to talk about where the pipeline's proposed to go, if it goes in, and what, if any, effect it'll have on Water District land and town-owned land. So October 5th, that'll be set up, and I think that'll be a very informative meeting for everybody to attend. So we will have that meeting at the Merit Center. So just keep that in mind for the Monday the 5th. In the meantime, I'd like to, yeah?
What's the date?
October 5th? Yes.
Do you know what the filing date with FERC is? The October date with the FERC?
It isn't definitive. It's not a specific date. They said it's sometime after October 16th. Okay? So it may be delayed a week for,
Just a
reasons,
matter
but
the timing of their meeting with us versus the timing to file.
it doesn't really affect the meeting with us, because it's not going to affect what they do with FERC. So whether we meet with them, I think the later is actually better, because we'll know exactly what their plans are going to be.
But I think,
because it's changing on a day-to-day basis.
But I think it's the ability, the advanced timing gives the town the ability to send their responses into FERC and express their opinions directly to FERC, to our
I
representatives.
agree. Right, and that's what we're
what's
doing.
critical.
That's what part of this is what we're going to talk about now.
If we become the interveners, and if
Right.
we join the other nonprofit group, that now we'll have more representation, we'll have more active participation
Right.
from joining this other group that has been extremely active, which is what was my desire to join a month ago.
Well, we have a resolution I want to read. This has to do with us having a formal vote to oppose the pipeline, which we should do as a board. And I'll just read this to you quickly. It's a resolution opposing the expansion of the Tennessee Pipeline in Linfield, Mass. Whereas a proposed high-pressure pipeline carrying natural gas may come through parts of Linfield and our neighboring communities, and whereas a high-pressure gas pipeline, by its nature, carries the potential for a leak, rupture, or devastating explosion causing untold damage to property and lives, and whereas said pipeline may potentially destroy forests, wetlands, conservation land, and farmland, and require maintenance in perpetuity of an expanded utility right-of-way through the possible use of herbicides, and whereas said pipeline's proposed route could adversely impact the wells that the town of Linfield relies on for drinking water, and whereas said pipeline may adversely impact property values, adversely impact residents' safety, livelihood, and otherwise may negatively impact the town's rural character, and whereas the cost of said pipeline may require Massachusetts citizens to pay a utility bill, tariff, as well as environmental costs not required by law for Tennessee Gas Pipeline Company, potentially making ratepayers bear financial risks for the endeavors of a private corporation, and whereas federal eminent domain powers will be used to forcibly take pipeline easements from unwilling landowners. Now therefore, it be resolved that the Selectmen of Linfield, Massachusetts, that we stand in opposition to the Tennessee Gas Pipeline, Northeast Expansion Pipeline, and not allow it within town borders. Oppose any pipeline that potentially threatens the safety of any Linfield residents, visitors, or property, and hereby request that our state and federal legislatures and executive branch officials enact legislation and take any such actions as may be necessary to disallow such projects that go against our commitments to life, the environment, our economic well-being, and our bodily safety, and instead to legislate more stringent energy efficiency and further exploration of the subsidies for renewable energy sources. So what I'd like to do is propose that the Board of Selectmen endorse this and adopt this on behalf of the town.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept this resolution immediately.
I second that.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Pat?
I certainly think that your three-pronged approach is good. But I want to know what you're going to do about another situation. That is that Linfield is one of the 17 communities in Massachusetts that have the most leaks in their present gas pipelines. One leak every 1.8 miles. It is already endangering human health. killing trees, and releasing destructive greenhouse gases. According to a home energy efficiency team, a nonprofit that has served to survey the communities in Massachusetts. The leaks are costing gas customers in their bills. An estimate by one of our congressmen, one of our senators, said that Massachusetts residents paid $1.5 billion to pay for the gas leaks that we already have. Leaked gas, according to Harvard scientists, would heat as many as 200,000 homes a year. So when Kinder Morgan comes and says to you, we need more gas heat, why don't we demand that they get rid of the gas leaks that we already have in our pipelines? I am very upset by the fact that this issue has been worked on without the scrutiny of the public, with individual neighbors instead of the whole community. Because surely, with 1.8 leaks every mile of gas line, it is affecting our whole community, as the a new 24-inch pipeline may well do. So I would say maybe you want to add to that resolution. Maybe you should keep in mind when you're meeting with state representatives, Tom McGee and Brad Jones and Kinder Morgan and FERC and whatever, that we are already in danger now from what we already have.
Thank you, Pat. It was. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been on boards for the last 8 or 9 years. It's the first time I've ever heard anything about gas leaks within the town. It's never. No, in our town. I'm talking about our town.
Oh, it's on the front page of the
Yeah. Yeah. So, but that's recent.
Who
Yeah,
owns
in the
those
last 8
gas
years,
lines?
nothing's been brought up about it.
National Grid.
National
How do we
Grid.
reach out to National Grid to inspire them to make these repairs?
You got
soon?
pipelines that are probably 30 or 40 years old, and that's the problem.
I worked hard to get
Yeah.
the one next to the gas station at the end of my
Right.
street fixed.
And they only replace them when they have an issue. That's right.
I finally said, there's a gas station there.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
So what I asked, the pipelines that are referred to in that article is National Grid, and Jim is going to speak more to that.
Yeah, they're related, but unrelated. Kinder Morgan is bringing gas to the state, then it's distributed by National Grid. National Grid is responsible for the distribution system once it gets here. Where those leaks are in that distribution system. So it's separate from the pipeline. We would just need to get in touch with National Grid, either ask them to come out and talk to us or ask them to tell us what they're going to do to fix those leaks. We can send a letter over to National Grid. That's not
Oh,
hard
we
at all.
should, because it hasn't been an issue that's been brought for us at
Can
all.
we ask them to come to the October 5th meeting? That'd be a good time to resolve all the gas
Well,
issues.
again, I don't think we want to tie this into the pipeline because it's whether the pipeline is built or not. Those gas leaks exist, and it's a totally separate company that's responsible for those. So I don't think we want to
We still want it
confuse
fixed
ourselves
as soon as
and mingle
possible.
them. So let me find out. I'm mostly familiar with National Grid on the electric side as opposed to the gas side. Let me find out who we need to get a hold of on the gas side and see if we can find out.
Okay. Do you need a vote from us to authorize you
No.
to go do this and
No.
get them on the agenda?
Nope.
Now, we currently have 2 12 and 3/4 inch pipelines across town, and they, like I said, they've been there for decades. And I think one runs 20 yards in front of Tom's house.
Yep,
You know?
across the street, behind
Yeah, across the
someone
street,
else's
right. So I know you have them, and we know, but they've been there so long, you don't even know they're there. Some people don't know they're there. You know, so if there's an issue, we certainly have to have them look at it. Arthur?
There is a map available that's referred to in the article in Globe.
Sure. Yeah, we'll get National Grid on this.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's to some degree an easy problem to solve, because all you have to do is tell National Grid that you won't give them another street opening permit till they resolve the leaking issues.
Mhm.
And believe me,
once they start seeing it cost them money because they can't open a street to put service into a house, they'll start fixing some problems.
Sure.
I
Sure.
think that's a good course of
Katie?
action.
First of all, I wanted to thank the board. Mr. Terranova, I know that you went to the meeting in Peabody and you've been pushing this, but to see the Selectmen Board work collaboratively, I'm so happy. And it's what's best for the people in the town. So thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I also want to say that for all the neighbors that came out, that you're going to be affected by this, you're not being forgotten. The town is going to stand together, which is wonderful to see. And it's good to see everybody in the community come out for this. But what I also wanted to say was on the Linfield Transparency blog, I do have the Boston Globe article about the leaks. And I'm going to be putting up a couple of more articles that have appeared in the paper. There's been some cease and desist orders in towns that people might be interested in reading about the gas pipeline. Also, there's a big article about Maura Healey, the Attorney General. She tried to stop the pipeline for the state. So you might be interested in hearing that. And there's some activity in West Roxbury. It's a different company. And just with the reading, right, what I've been learning is even though there's pipelines, it's competing companies trying to get the gas through. Isn't that correct?
There's Tennessee Gas and there's Spectra.
Right.
But FERC will not take a position on which one gets built. They can approve both of them, then the market will determine which one's going to get built.
Right. And that was something today I posted on the blog, is the mayor in Peabody is trying to get FERC. And for those of you that don't know what FERC is, it's the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. He's trying to get FERC into Peabody to address them because it's going through so many of their neighborhoods. So I'll post the date if they do come. That's probably something that people from Linfield want to attend.
That'll be the Linfield lateral, goes through Peabody?
Yeah.
So he's looking for the same meeting that Brad's looking for, and
Yep.
we left out Congressman Moulton is also working very hard to get FERC in, so I don't want to leave the congressman out.
Thank you very much.
And just for the record,
Matter of fact, Congressman Moulton's office wanted an answer by tonight. So I told him we were meeting tonight, and I told him I'd get back to him tomorrow. He asked me for an update, but that's been postponed anyway.
Just for the record, Katie, he didn't go to Peabody. We went to Townsend for a meeting, which is in the middle of nowhere.
Sure, go ahead, Katie.
One other thing is Mr. Terranova's put together some meetings for Stop the Pipeline. And although it will help Linfield if the pipeline gets pushed, our water supply, over to North Reading, that means it gets pushed over to them. So as good neighbors, it would be, the best case scenario would be to stop the pipeline.
Sure.
So, all right, thank you.
Okay. So the next thing that we really should talk about tonight on the same issue would be to have a motion to join the Northeast Municipal Gas Pipeline Coalition. Okay, so I'd like to take a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to join the Northeast Municipal Gas Pipeline Coalition to protect our town and real estate values, water supplies, wetlands, and children. I'd also like to include myself as the point person.
I second that.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, if they're going to meet in Townsend, you can go by yourself all the time.
Yeah.
Come on, Jim, come
That's
on.
way too long a drive.
I think the next one's in Agawam.
They go on the rides.
Okay, and the last resolution I'd like to bring forward has to do with the intervener. We have to take a formal vote, become an intervener, and this is where you really have some input on what's going on with FERC, because FERC makes the decision. And then we can talk directly to them, we can be part of the process. I'll read this to you very quickly. The resolution in support and vote by the Linfield Board of Selectmen to become an intervener in the Tennessee Gas Pipeline for a new natural gas pipeline known as Northeast Energy Direct. Whereas the Tennessee Gas Pipeline Company has proposed a new natural gas pipeline known as the Northeast Energy Direct Project to be constructed in Pennsylvania, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire. In Massachusetts, the project would carry approximately 101 miles of new pipeline plus additional facilities in this region. And whereas we, the Linfield Board of Selectmen, do hereby strongly oppose the aforementioned pipeline as previously voted and evidenced by our joining in the Northeast Municipal Gas Pipeline Coalition. So we had to do that first. All right. Whereas, once Tennessee Gas files its formal application with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the Board of Selectmen resolved to become an intervener, which is an official party to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's proceeding. Interveners play a more formal role in the process and are able to file briefs, appear at hearings, and be heard by the courts if they choose to appeal the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's final ruling. And whereas, as an intervener, the Board of Selectmen can formally participate in the proceeding by filing a request to intervene with a required 21-day window if it is deemed by the Chairman of the Board of Selectmen. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Linfield Board of Selectmen do hereby resolve and vote to become an intervener. Once Tennessee Gas files its formal application with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, further, the Board of Selectmen resolve to become an intervener, which is the official party to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's proceeding and/or other actions deemed necessary by the Chairman of the Board of Selectmen. Additionally, the Linfield Board of Selectmen do hereby instruct the town to stand ready to file a motion to intervene, in witness whereof, we, the Linfield Board of Selectmen, do hereby set our hands and affix the Great Seal of the Town of Linfield this 9th day of September 2015. Now, this is a template that they've used for all the towns, and it's the Northeast Coalition has provided this, and I believe it's what everyone else is doing right now. Again, that you don't become an intervener until they file with FERC, and that's going to happen either mid to late October. Once we know that's happened, then we can file as an intervener. But this is just giving the authority to become an intervener, and then we'll be a part of the whole process with FERC, and we'll know what's going on. We'll know what the other towns are doing, because they actually give you the information from what the other towns are filing and saying. So you get a lot of information from it, and it's directly what's going on with FERC. Don't necessarily have to go out to Agawam to find out what's going on. We can get the direct pipeline here, so to speak.
We can actually host one of their meetings. Now that we're a member, we'll host one of these meetings so everybody can attend. I'll ask to see if they could do it in the evening so that no one would have to take time off from work to hear what they have to say. They're a very interesting group, a lot of knowledge. We are so far behind them, but we have a lot of people coming to tomorrow night's community meeting that I'll get into in a few minutes. So
Okay, so
I'd like to make a motion to resolve to support that the Linfield Board of Selectmen become an intervener.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Beautiful. And now that's what's going to transpose in the next few weeks. So we'll know sometime in October when they're going to file. In the meantime, we're going to have a direct meeting on the 5th about what this means for the town of Linfield, what it means for our water supply, and we'll have the town officials here to talk about that and the engineers.
Over the past 2 months, we've been pretty active with this whole situation. Been to two meetings regarding the Kinder Morgan pipeline. Been meeting with a lot of people around town. I already sponsored one community meeting, and I'm sponsoring another one tomorrow night at the Market Street Room at 7 o'clock. We have a lot of really interesting people coming. The Ipswich River people are coming to give us their input on what they believe the effect of a pipeline will be. Another gentleman is coming to give options other than a pipeline. I have no idea what he's going to be proposing, but the one thing that's most important to me is that whatever people have to say, that it's accurate, so that when people leave, they leave with sound, accurate information. After the last community meeting I had, one gentleman told me that incorrect information was given. I asked him what the incorrect information was. He made one statement and he was incorrect. So I asked him what else was incorrect, and nothing else was incorrect. So if someone should hear something that's wrong, I apologize in advance. I only want accurate information to come out. So, but it's important that information is derived and given to you so that we can make a knowledge decision going forward with this. I think a lot of us are very scared, if not petrified, in dealing with this issue. And I know, speaking for myself, I didn't acquire properties because pipeline was close to it. So I can only imagine now someone having to deal with a pipeline coming across their property. I think my heart would just fall right out of my chest having to deal with that. So I think you can tell from my tone I'm not at all in favor of this, and I will work to whatever ends I can to support you all with being opposed to this pipeline. Thank you.
Tom, can I ask a quick question? Is the
Sure.
Conservation Commission going to be at that meeting tomorrow night?
I
Because
in-
that seems to be such a big part of all of this.
I invited them until they get a quote-unquote official request from Kinder Morgan with their proposed pipeline. They don't have any comment until that occurs. I did speak with the water department. I met with Ken Burnham, and he told me that the EPA says that the pipeline cannot be within 400 feet. I hope I'm getting this right. It's 400 feet. I don't think it's 400 yards.
That's a buffer zone,
Yeah.
400-foot buffer.
feet
Right.
between from
Zone A.
a current well and or a proposed well, and that's why it's getting pushed to the railroad tracks. But that still doesn't solve anybody's problem down on North Hill. We still have that pipeline going across. But I think now we have a unified front here that we're all willing to go out and fight on your behalf to stop this, which is the most important issue.
Heather, on the conservation, they really can't take a position as a regulatory board. If they were to opine or take a position before they actually had something before them, then the applicant would make it a case that they were prejudiced against them and get a constructive approval. So they have to stay out of it until something's actually filed with them. So I just two other quick things on this. I don't want to belabor it, but the way the process works, Kinder Morgan and Spectra, the two companies, have to prove to FERC that there's a need for gas in the economy. Last week, it was either in the Globe or the Herald, DPU has approved 20-year contracts for the purchase of the gas with National Grid, Colombian Gas, and Berkshire Gas. That's where the Attorney General is going to get involved. She might appeal that approval by DPU. And then in Wednesday's Herald, I believe it was the coalition, has said they're going to oppose that at the SJC if they have to. The real wild card in here, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is because we talked about it tonight. We talked about the Article 97 land up behind Kelly, the conservation land. The pipeline is proposed to go across Article 97 land of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. That requires a 2/3 vote of the House and the Senate in order for that land to be used for the pipeline. The legal question is, if the state does not give approval to use the Article 97 land, does the federal government's powers of eminent domain for the pipeline overrule the Massachusetts Constitution on the use of that land? There is no case law on that yet, but that's kind of the wild card out there in terms of bringing the pipeline across the western part of the state to get it to us. And the only reason I bring it up is because we talked about Article 97 land tonight.
Jim, the one thing I think, Arthur, you had an excellent point on the National Grid. I think October 5th, I agree. I think that meeting should be dedicated to this, but I think soon after that, I'd like to see some information on the National Grid.
Yeah, again, most of my contacts for National Grid are on the electric side, but I can get, from them, I'll get gas contacts and be talking to them by next week.
'Cause I think Arthur's solution is a great one. That'll be,
DPW director signs those permits every day.
well, they'll act quick. So I appreciate that. Thanks, Arthur.
Well, and I don't want, far be it for me to disagree with Arthur, the moderator, before town meeting, get him mad at me. The only issue with that is the people who are impacted are the people who are waiting for the gas. So you're impacting your own residents who are waiting to get gas put into their
Yeah,
houses.
but I think there's a lot of money left on the table.
Just cautioning before we get on that road, because then you'll have those people coming in saying, well, wait a second, I want my gas, and so. But I'll have somebody to talk to with National Grid by next week, and we'll start talking about it.
Thank you.
Good, all right. The last item for updates is the changing circumstances going on at Pearly Burl.
So I've had a prior professional relationship with the owner of Pearly Burl. So to err on the side of extreme caution, I'm going to remove myself from the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question.
Joe?
So Selectman Terranova?
Tom?
A quick question. The last time I was here for this meeting was about 12 months ago, 14 months ago. I believe you were at that meeting. I'm just curious as to why you didn't recuse yourself from that meeting.
After that point in time, I've reflected upon the situation. I want to err on the side of caution and recuse myself. That's why, Joe.
Okay.
Just like I just said earlier.
Thank you.
Okay, in Pearly Burl, as you can tell, Dennis?
I'm confused. One of our sitting Board of Selectmen have sat through meetings where his client was involved and got access to information that's, let's say, tightly held information concerning possible litigations and stuff like that? Is that what just was said?
I think he asked if why he didn't recuse himself at a prior meeting.
Right, but let me follow my train of thought. If he went to any executive sessions or any other public sessions and he had never recused himself, in those executive sessions, he's privileged information that his client could have been given because it's his client. Isn't that like illegal? I'm just asking. I'm here for something else, but I
don't
had
know
this
about the
epiphany.
legality of it, but that was the scenario that happened, yes. That was the scenario.
Okay.
He's recused himself from all the following meetings of the last.
But the strategy meetings were before this. They were a year ago, over a year ago.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say something else.
Nice to have Mr. Chairman over here
I'd bring him back in if you want to.
to answer what Mr. Ritchie had to say.
Yeah, would you ask Mr. Terranova to come in before
He just explained it.
before I, Tom, we haven't discussed Pearly Burl yet, but they had some questions about your recusals.
Yep.
Yeah, so I guess I asked my name is Joe Duham, 57 Fairview Ave. We met recently. Nice to meet you again. Good to see you again. So I guess my concern is, as Dennis Ritchie also indicated, I'm here for Pearly Burl, the Pearly Burl issue. And so I live close to Pearly Burl, and it's my understanding after doing some research, Tom, that not only did you not recuse yourself from that meeting on June 16th, about 14 months ago, but that you also didn't recuse yourself from meetings, I guess executive session meetings prior to that, which were about a year prior to that. So I think you definitely have compounded this issue with Pearly Burl, and I want to know why that's the case.
I have no problem with it, Joe.
Okay. Why we have a problem with it.
Okay,
so.
that's fine. You could have a problem.
Yeah.
I've done everything that I had to do with the situation, and that's as far as I'm going to go with it.
Yeah, but what you didn't do with the situation is you should have recused yourself in the very beginning before anything was ever
And that's
discussed.
why I'm
about-
erring on the side of extreme caution at this point.
Okay.
Extreme caution extreme would be the key word.
Okay, but so I guess the last question I would ask you is why were you participating in issues related to Pearly Burl for 2 years when you represented that client and you didn't recuse yourself?
It wasn't 2 years.
Well, the
Certainly
meeting,
wasn't
executive
2
session
years.
meeting was
It
in
possibly
July of
two- possibly
2013.
Two meetings. It was possibly 2 meetings, and at the meeting that you were at the school, I was going totally against Pearly Burl. So if anything, you should thank me. But if it's more important for you to try to make an issue out of this, no problem. I'm removing myself from this discussion to err on the side of extreme caution.
That's good.
Is that clear?
That's crystal.
Okay,
Okay,
good.
but so the issue is that you should have recused yourself 2
No,
years
I
ago.
didn't
and you
have, no.
And
no.
so
No,
that was-
I don't
that's a
believe
big
so.
issue. So
You
you're
and I can,
misrepresenting the town.
you and I can totally disagree on that point.
Listen, the issue at hand is Pearly Burl.
Okay.
That's
And I'm
what we're
going to
concerned
recuse
about.
myself again.
Okay. All right, so
Okay?
we've got your statement with regards to why you didn't
do.
recuse yourself.
You absolutely do.
Okay, thank you.
Joe has the floor.
Do you want to ask me a question?
Do you want to ask him a question?
Yeah. You know what, you can finish, it's fine.
No, I would like to hear what the chairman has to say and the rest of the, 2 selectmen with regards to what the current status is of Pearly Burl. That's my issue and concern. It has been.
I can go over what's going on with Pearly Burl.
Perfect.
Okay. Dennis? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Pearly Burl, the people in that neighborhood, as you'll notice, and anybody that goes by there regularly, Pat, excuse me, you'll notice that there's been very little change in the last few months. After we had a court order to force them to finally take out the tanks. They didn't do anything voluntarily. Okay, they've been fighting us the whole way. Currently, they brought in a Michael Touchette, who's been working on the property. He's the one, I believe, that did pay to take the tanks out. They've made some arrangement that they wanted him to, he has a desire to build a couple of houses on the property. Okay? In the meantime, there's dilapidated buildings with asbestos. There's a health hazard, a safety hazard, an environmental hazard going on there, and nothing's happening. So I called Joe Brodigan, who's Mr. Pedotto's attorney. I asked him what the stumbling block was here. He says it's the Bank of America. Bank of America has not been agreeable to releasing their liens on the property or making any concessions on their mortgage. So I've asked our state legislatures to arrange a meeting with the Bank of America and Mr. Brodigan and myself. We'll sit down and see if we can work out something with the bank to release or have some circumstance that everybody would be happy with the situation that's up there, because right now nothing's going to happen. Okay? And what I'd like to see happen is I'd like to see the bank make concessions up there. So if Mr. Touchette would like to build up there, he has the ability to move forward with that plan without them impeding him. The town won't stop him. We can't make concessions from the town. We cannot forgive back taxes. They have to pay them. All right, so we're going to get our taxes. Bank of America has to release things. Dennis?
What's that number? How big is the back tax bill?
Oh, I think it's in the 160,000 range.
60,
About
170,000.
160, 170,000. Hasn't been paid in years. And the Bank of America lien, I believe, is somewhere in the $1 million range. Okay? Which, for the Bank of America, is a drop in the bucket. It's a lot of money, but to them it's not.
Has
So,
the EPA cleared the site for sale?
no, they haven't, because it's a catch-22.
It's deeper.
It's a big catch-22. They don't want to go in with a 21E and get an EPA sign-off on it, because then we'll take it, or the Bank of America will take it. All right? So they want the concessions up front, so they know once they run the 21E that that's not going to be taken by Bank of America. I mean, we could certainly do it, but we would talk to them about possibly building something there. There was another lien holder on the property, Global Oil. I believe they've agreed to release any interest in the property because there's nothing left by the time they get to it because of the value of the property. So I have Brad Jones' office, and Brad Jones is very familiar with the Bank of America lobbyists that work with the State House, and they're arranging a meeting that we can put together to possibly initially get those dilapidated buildings taken down. Yes, Katie.
The question that I had is, you mentioned Mr. Touchette. Is there a plan to, all right, right now, Bank of America won't release the land.
Correct.
So that's where it's at. So
Right.
is there a plan that it's going to be developed, or it's just, that's the holding pattern, is it's just in limbo?
In the
because-
holding pattern. Mr. Touchette would like to build houses there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has he
Yeah.
purchased it yet, or?
No.
He can't
No,
do anything?
He can't do anything until we find out if it's clean, but they won't do it. He doesn't want to spend any money on that property.
Mhm.
And evidently, Mr. Pedotto's out of money,
Okay.
okay, which has been what he's been telling us right along.
Mhm.
Mr. Touchette came in and paid to have those tanks taken out, is what we're told.
Mhm.
And at this point, he doesn't want to spend one more dime on that property unless
Right.
he knows he has a possibility of building some houses there.
Mhm.
And we have to get Bank of America out of the middle of this to have that discussion.
Okay.
And then the environmental studies will be done to see what, if any, long-term environmental issues are there.
So we're first in line.
We're first in line all the time. The town is always first in line.
So we have leverage.
Correct.
And I think one of the points has been made, if this was on Main Street, Linfield, it'd be torn down. And we wouldn't see this if it was in the center of town. I know Joe lives right across the street from me. I have this right behind me. Those buildings are beyond, I mean, I would even call them buildings at this point. I think it's important that we tear those buildings down. I know it seems like there's a lot of steps they're going to take many years to take care of. I think the town should make the investment and to tear down those buildings and put a lien on that property. Because if we're first in line, we'll get that money if we end up selling it. Right, Jim?
We always get our money first.
So if any investment we put into ripping those buildings down, we'd get it first. We'd add it to the bill, but we'd claim it first.
We'll be able to put a lien on it. I've already talked with town council and our town administrator about that possibility. I was reviewing the buildings recently, and if there's an asbestos issue there, and it's been so dry this summer, I don't want that in the air. And we have to, the problem with it, and the reason the bank and ourselves have not touched it is because of the liability. There's an unknown environmental liability there that no one wants to touch.
It's
And
significant.
until we know that, we're not gonna touch it. But we could possibly go in and take those buildings down. But there's an issue, once you put the structure above the ground is one thing. Once you put a backhoe into the dirt, all right, you create a liability for yourselves. And that's a liability I don't want to put the town at in risk because of that.
Well, no, there's a couple of issues, and for a town to go onto a private property and tear down a building it's a pretty involved process. I was involved in it probably 18, 19 years ago in Holbrook, and we did a building, but it was a house. We tore it down, we took the property, we sold it. Bang, bang, was done, and we were out the door. This would be expensive to tear the buildings down because there's asbestos, so there has to be remediation, the whole thing. Cost us an arm and a leg because of prevailing wage laws, and we would actually have to hire, real asbestos people to go in and do it. I can have Tom look at that and see what the process is.
But I'm seeing a lot of years ahead of us right now before this even gets taken
Well,
care
if we
of.
can get something out of Bank of Boston, we might be able to move something. The question is, the problem is, no one will touch that property unless someone tells us it's clean. If I had a note today that said Pearly Borough's clean, I'd have the town start foreclosure tomorrow. We would take that property immediately, tear the buildings down, and we could put a park there, we could do whatever we want. But if we take the property and find out it's contaminated, we own it. We own the contamination, we own the liability, we own the cleanup. Same thing with the Bank of America. That's why they won't touch it, because if they take it, they own all that liability. Right now, it's still Pedoto's.
Right.
And
Dennis?
no one wants to do the 21E and find out it's contaminated. Sorry?
Don't do the 20 easy. Dennis Ritchie, why can't we have our Board of Health say it's a public safety risk and encapsulate it? Just go in and tie rack it.
I don't know how easy
It's
that
a lot
is.
cheaper than ripping it down, and you don't disturb the ground. Do something to
The Board of Health
contain it.
wouldn't say it's public safety, they'd have to say it's public health.
Public health.
The public health, it's gonna be public health, but we're gonna see how the meeting with the Bank of America goes, which will happen very soon. And once that happens, if that looks like it's going nowhere, then we'll start proceedings to do something to clean up the property.
Okay.
Well, we won't take the property, we won't clean up the property, but we gotta at least make it, get rid of the safety issues.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. We haven't set the meeting yet. They're trying to get all the parties in the same room.
I have a question.
Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, Joe Duham. Mr. Boudreau, what would you estimate it would cost to clean up that property?
I have no idea, because I don't know the extent of the contamination.
Okay.
I don't know the extent of it, I don't know what it is.
But if it's asbestos,
If it's just the building,
the buildings is what we're talking
just
about.
taking down the buildings,
Uh-huh.
I'd hate to,
I mean, I was just looking for a ballpark. Are we talking 30 grand or are we talking 300 grand?
Well, Mr. Touchette told me it cost him 40 to take it down. So if it's costing him 40,
Yeah.
it's costing us at least 60, probably more,
Mhm.
because we have to pay prevailing wage. And I don't know when he's taking it down, if he's just taking it down and throwing it in a dumpster,
Right.
or if he's using actually licensed asbestos abatement people. So
Sure.
I'm looking for us, you're pushing up into the six-figure mark.
Okay.
You're getting up to $100,000.
Okay. So what I want to add is, so I was here 14 months ago, and we talked about the eyesore that it is. I think you covered pretty accurately Mr. Chairman, with regards to a safety hazard, there's rodents there. It's, the worst tax evader in town. It's an environmental hazard.
Right.
And, as a neighbor of that property, having been there for 20-plus years, it's brought down our property values currently as well. We just want to see it raised. As Mr. Barrett indicated, there's no end in sight here. As neighbors, again, 14 months ago we were here. Now the tanks did get removed. That's a plus. Although it doesn't change the look of the property, it does. That is advantageous. And my understanding is there wasn't any significant leakage from the tanks. That's great. But we want to see, as neighbors of the property, we want to see the buildings raised and that eyesore gone and the safety hazard gone. And it sounds to me, if it's 60 grand or 100 grand. I don't. It sounds to me like that's high. I used to be a contractor back some time. I know asbestos is can be expensive when you have to abate that. But
Joe, it's not the asbestos so much. It's what I have to pay.
Yeah.
Because I have to pay prevailing wage.
Sure.
So as a general rule of thumb, a public job's at least a third higher than you do in a private, and that's just a rule of thumb. So
I understand. Yeah.
it's
We'd be
just more
first in
expensive
line to
for us.
reclaim that money.
And that would go back as a lien
We
on the
would.
property. Yeah.
So
So
it's money we get back.
I think that's
it's
the
great.
key
but
piece here.
that's-
Is
I
that
just-
we've waited too long now, and there's no end in sight. I mean, we just want to see something happen.
I don't want you to think that it's forgotten.
Yeah.
Because either I go by once a week, or Jack Roberto goes by once a week. So I went by last week, saw the car that was for sale. Called Joe. They took the car out of the Joe went by today. There's a different car for sale.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Called them again.
They're cleaning it.
So we
Yeah,
go
no,
by
no.
it. We try to keep an eye on it, but we'll push this, as Phil said, the big thing to do is, if we can get to the bank, then we can move this along.
Yeah.
If we don't get to the bank, it is a long, involved process for a public entity to go onto private property and take something down.
Yeah.
It is a long, involved process.
Sure,
And
sure.
I can have Tom Mullen start working on that, and, I guess if the board wanted, we could look at something in the spring, at the Springtown meeting, if we didn't have any progress, we could look at appropriating money to tear the buildings down.
It's a long process, but it'd be best to start it. So
Correct.
at least we're parallel with what we're trying to do at the bank.
I'll have Tom start looking at it. Again, I did it 18, 19 years ago. It is a bear of a process.
Because that's not the only business being run on Pearly Burley.
Yeah, and I mean,
There's
that's the
multiple
other
businesses being run
Yeah, I
on
mean,
Pearly
that's the
Burley
other
right now.
issue. There's a landscaping business that's non-conforming is being run out of that property now.
Right.
So there's all kinds of stuff going on that it shouldn't be going on. And it's been going on for multiple years. And I know that you guys are trying to do something about it, but nothing has been done about it. As neighbors, we want to see something done about it. We're just tired of looking at that property. It's an eyesore. It's
I
the
agree.
biggest eyesore in Linfield.
Right.
And, something needs to be done about it. I mean, I understand, the situation you're in, but, try to put yourself in our shoes where we live there. We have to look at it out our window.
Oh, I
every day,
understand completely what you're saying, but I don't want to replace one liability with another.
No, sure, I
all.
understand that. But what I would ask the board is, what end is in sight? When is something going to change there?
Well, that was the question I had when I asked Attorney Brodigan. I said, where is this going? They said they're getting nowhere with the bank. So that's when I proposed we talk with the state legislature to get the bank involved on a statewide basis, because they know what's going on here. I mean, Brad Jones has been brought up to speed on what this issue is. This is in his district. He knows it's environmental liability. He knows what the issues are with the bank, and we want to sit down and talk about that. If that process doesn't get us anywhere, all right, then we'll look at the possibility of cleaning up that property ourselves, limiting our liability on the environmental side, but cleaning up the structures themselves and leaning the property for that amount of money. And we could easily get quotes for that, because even when the tanks were underground, we were able to get quotes very simply by having contractors take a look from the property, even though they didn't go onto the property. But the asbestos issue there is what stopped them from doing any more work, because it was the difference between a $5,000 cleanup and a $50,000 cleanup. And so he says, I'm not putting that kind of money into it unless I know I can do something.
Right, and that's only talking the building on the right as you go in. It's all fallen down and
Right.
overgrown. That's not talking the other buildings. It's not
Right.
talking all the buildings.
Which
No,
is
there's-
falling apart too.
No, they're all
Yeah.
significantly.
A
They're
whole
all.
other issue.
They're all
The
falling down.
$40,000,
Yeah.
$100,000 quote is for that one building. That's the building they're talking about
Yeah,
taking down.
I mean, all those buildings were all
So if
significantly
you're taking
impaired.
all those buildings down, it's significantly more. But
Right.
let me start with Tom and see.
Okay. Yes, Pat.
Have we ascertained if there is underground contamination when the tanks were removed?
We have found, they found a small amount of contamination under one tank, and that was taken care of.
And the rest of the property?
Nothing's been
We
done.
don't know.
Any of that.
So that's one of the big unknowns,
Correct.
is underground contamination. It's not just the asbestos. And speaking as a person who worked for almost 10 years with a pump and pantry property where there was a gasoline spill, and at that time in the 70s, they used to wash it down the storm drains. And the town didn't help us much at all. We had to form our own group and we got a public involvement plan. I went to some workshops at Tufts University and all of that, and it does take a long time. But they sold that property for, I think it was $75,000 the first time, because they take on the liability of what's under the ground, not only what's on top of the ground.
Well, the biggest issue there, Pat, has always been the ground and the contamination of a gas station that's been there for over 100 years. So that's what, and then the first 50 years that it was there, it really wasn't regulated. So we don't know what was thrown in the back. I know Mr. Bork will know what they threw in the back, but he's, it probably wasn't everything but the kitchen sink, but it was a lot of stuff back there. And we don't know what the contamination issue is now, 50, 100, 50, 80 years later, how much is still existing. And it's the groundwater that becomes the huge liability. If there's groundwater contamination, then it's a long-term, expensive process to clean that up. So that's what we're looking at.
I was worried
This gentleman back here, I'm sorry.
Dave Battaglia, 21 Fairview Ave. I also live across the street, and neighbors with Chris and Joe.
Sure.
Nobody has touched on the fact that property is old. The structures are all wood, and it's a very highly potential fire hazard.
Yep.
Not including, what the ground is contaminated with flammable gasoline and everything. There is abutting neighbors that are pretty close by, and there's a stretch of woods that stretch back to Monroe that I gotta believe would also be part of that fire hazard. I would hope that the board would expedite this matter, not just for the environmental hazards, but to the hazards to the surrounding neighbors if there were potential fires in that tinderbox of a structure.
Right, I agree, thank you.
That's a very good point.
a
It's a
good
really
point.
good point.
Yep. Heather, sure.
Heather Keane, 23 Canterbury Road, and we do live in South Linfield, and in Canterbury, we are aware of this situation, and I think it would be good for all the people in South Linfield to stick together to not only look at these issues, but issues about signage and some of the other things that are plaguing us right now. And we do trust the board and our administrator that the right thing will be done. And so thank you very much, and thank you for your support on a lot of the South Linfield matters. We really appreciate it, but we are one community, and we should work together as a neighborhood on all these issues, and that's what I want to say for this evening.
Thank you, Heather.
Yeah, and again, this is one of the things that's on the top of my plate, but I can't stick my hand into the beehive unless I know it's empty. So the town has to be very, very careful of not putting itself in a position where now the town is liable for whatever's going on up there. And that's all I'm saying. We haven't forgotten it. Again, either Jack or I go by once a week. He keeps putting cars out there. We keep getting them off. He puts another one there. We go by again. It is not off the radar screen. It is just, and that's why we're having this update, because we're trying to tell you this is where we're going next. If that doesn't work, then we'll go on to plan, I guess it's like triple Z at this point. But
I'm sorry, so what is the immediate plan?
the immediate plan is the chairman is working with Brad Jones to try to get the Bank of Boston, and we'll be at that meeting. If I'm sorry, Bank of Boston, wow.
Bank of America.
Really dating myself. Bank of America, if we can get Bank of America to get off their proverbial money bags, then we can get something going on with that property. If not, then we have to go on to the next step about what are we going to do about.
And if you were to get there, can you elaborate a little on what you would
Well,
expect them to do?
if Bank of Boston is willing to basically take their loss and let the property go, let someone buy it, then Mr. Touchette has expressed an interest in buying the property, cleaning it up, and putting what he can put on there, which, depending upon the configuration, is 2, maybe 3 houses. Maybe. 2 probably, I can say definitely. 3 might be a stretch, but I think he could probably fit 2 in talking to Jack Roberto. So depending on what he can get the property for, he would take it, clean it, and put what he can legally put there.
And where would access, where would access be to those three properties?
It depends upon his configuration. There's access off Salem Street. There's also access back and to the right. Thank you.
With them, yeah.
There's a parcel that they own that he could get access from that.
Yeah, and I,
From Salem and from Witham?
Yeah, in the back, I don't think he can access from the back. I don't think he has sufficient frontage.
You mean from Fairview?
Is that the back?
The back is
no,
Witham
that's
along.
with them.
Back is
So
Witham.
Fairview is on the right.
Fairview's
There's
on the
a
right.
parcel on the right that he may be, and these are all maybe. Jack won't say yes or no, because
Yeah.
he's like the Conservation Commission until he puts a plan in front of me. He may be able to access either from the side or the back to get another lot. Definitely has access from Salem Street.
Joe, the back lot is a non-conforming lot, so they would have to get a variance for that.
He doesn't have enough
But
frontage.
what I suggested to,
Doesn't have
off of Witham,
sufficient-
doesn't have sufficient frontage.
Doesn't have sufficient frontage.
The Witham's lot? You sure? Well, it doesn't, that's, I
Not
was told.
not according to Jack Roberto.
Yeah.
It's about 6 feet short.
What does it have to be? It's 105 right here.
Yeah, he's about, he's short and he can't get it from either neighbor. We looked at that specifically in the back, and Jack said,
Might
he
be
doesn't have
110.
frontage,
I think it's
and the
110.
neighbors are not conforming, so they can't give him any frontage to get frontage.
Joe, what I suggested to the attorney for Pedoto was the possibility, if, you know, being optimistic, that we get Bank of America to work with us. The property can be cleaned up without spending millions of dollars, and he can get 2 lots, and he'd have one off of Salem, one off of Fairview. That back Witham area could possibly be a playground for the area, for the neighborhood. That's what I proposed to him. And he didn't think that was a bad idea. Now, Mr. Touchette might not like that idea.
If you can't get the third house lot.
You know, he might not make enough money on it to make it worthwhile, but that's what I was proposing to them. And that might, that's gonna be in our discussions once we get past the bank.
I mean,
What can be done with the property.
they asked, what would the neighbors like to see there? The neighbors like to see it cleaned up, and that's it. Well, what do you think they'd support? I said, if you put 1 or 2 houses, I won't speak for the neighbors, but
Could we designate a conservation land?
can we?
Yeah.
No, we don't own it.
But could we assume ownership of it?
If
I
we
know
took it,
it's
we
dirt, I know
could
there's a-
make a recreation land, we can make a conservation land.
There's no area in South Lemon, as we all know. We've had the
So
discussion.
I said if you wanted to build 10 townhouses, then the neighbors are not gonna be in favor of it all, so it really depends what you wanna do
I
there.
could tell you one neighbor won't be.
So, I mean, if it's our property, Chris, we can do whatever we want with it. We can make a conservation, we
I
can
mean,
make a
there's there's a
recreation.
prime piece of property right there in South Linfield that would open up opportunity over Route 1 that we don't have.
Yeah, and again, if we owned it, we can,
That's huge.
we could subdivide it, sell off a house lot, make the rest of it a park. We could do whatever we wanted with it, but,
We have a tax title ready to go. It's already been filed. We just have to perfect it. But we can't perfect it until we know what's going on there.
we're not gonna,
You know, but it's been all lined up to do it. So, once we get past this next hurdle, and evidently, Pedoto and his attorney aren't doing much right now. So I said, well, I'm not gonna leave this alone.
and-
We're gonna make sure this happens, and he was happy that we were trying to set a meeting up, so.
just, I don't want people to think, if the property's clean and the town starts the process of taking it, someone's gonna pay us for it. I don't really see us getting that property, because if it's clean, it can be built on, it's worth more than what we're owed. Someone's gonna step up and pay us and take that property.
But they have a lot of frontage problems.
They have frontage problems, right?
Yeah, which I can tell you the Fairview entrance on Fairview, that would be a no-go. I mean, I know that would be a no-go. I see with them there's a problem there, so that'd be, I mean, I don't know how they fit.
Yeah, and Jack said 2, maybe 3, but until someone shows me a plan, I can't tell you what
I
it
don't,
fits.
I still have yet to see how more than one fits on that piece of property there.
Yeah,
That'll be up to they'd have to get an engineer to draw it up and bring it into the building.
I hope we have that problem in the near future.
I
Just
just have one final comment. So let's say that we have this meeting with the Bank of Boston or Bank of America,
Yeah.
and nothing happens. They're not willing to move, and we're still in the same position. What's
Well,
town
in the
potentially
meantime,
gonna do?
I'll be talking to council tomorrow.
Yep.
And have him start looking into what the town would need to do to go onto that property and remove a structure or structures. So he'll be moving forward with that at the same time, so that if we get to a point where this is stalled and not moving, we can then pick up that process and move that forward.
Okay, good.
I
Thank
think
you.
that's the direction I'm getting.
That's great. No,
Definitely.
I agree. That's what we gotta make it move forward, because they're doing nothing.
It absolutely has to move forward. It's been
They're doing
stalled for
zero.
so long that
Yeah.
we just want to see something happen with it.
Well, what they do is they keep making us promises.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this. Nothing.
Yeah.
Jim, can we make should we make a motion tonight? Just maybe that will force their hand, or
Make a motion for.
just to certainly start the process of looking at those buildings, of
I don't-
raising them? Or
No,
You don't need anything
You don't
formal.
need any, I have my direction, I'll have council get on it, and I don't need any type of motion for that.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Appreciate
Thank you,
that.
Joe. Any other questions on that? Any other comments? No? Okay. Somebody want to tell Mr. Terranova he can come back in the room, please?
Hope we can go home.
You sleeping?
We didn't go home.
Thank you, Arthur.
Yes. I'm just looking for everything at this point.
He's a Linfield guy. Next item on the agenda, Mr. Boudreau, the search process for a new town accountant, assistant finance director.
Yeah, as the board is aware, I forwarded the letter last week, this week, it's kind of blurring together. The Assistant Finance Director, Town Accountant Julie McCarthy, has informed us that she will be leaving to take a position in another town. Her last day is Friday, October 6th. So we need to get on this in pretty quick fashion. As the board's aware, we are currently do not have our assessing manager. Now we're going to lose our accountant, assistant finance director, right in when we have to finish closing the books and set the tax rate and get the tax bills out. So this is something that's going to have to happen pretty quickly. I've drafted up an advertisement to advertise for the position with a rolling admission date, so we can just keep going until we get someone we like. The actual final appointment is the board's. I don't see how a board can go through all those resumes, so what I'd propose is that I would go through the resumes. I would probably have a couple people with me. We'll do some preliminary interviews and give the board at least 3 finalists for the board to interview, and then pick a town accountant from that, / finance director, so.
And how soon will this get out?
We could have it out tomorrow, or the next day.
Yeah,
It'll be in
on
the-
the MMA
Yeah,
website.
on the
Does that go on the MMA? Yeah.
Yep.
The website's more active than the actual publication at this point.
Yeah.
For the monthly publication.
And then we'll have Julie put it out on her association's webpage,
Yeah.
and we'll put it in the papers.
Okay. So, I know you talked about a rolling process, but you also talked about giving us three candidates.
Yeah.
So let's maybe from the initial,
I'd hope in the end that we would have 3 really
Month.
good candidates to give to the board.
Yeah.
I would caution that there are other vacancies of this type going on right now. I know of some other towns have had a real, on the South Shore, have had a really hard time filling these positions. But we got to get somebody in here. Julie has agreed that if we need some help, she'll come back on Fridays and help us out. We're also just making some inquiries about people to come in on a part-time basis. Maybe one of our retired town accountants to come in to make sure that the most important thing is the books get closed, the tax rate gets set, and the tax bills get out on time.
so assuming we get a half-decent response from the MMA, when can may possibly expect to get maybe a 3 finalists or three good candidates from you?
At the best, you'll be looking sometime in October.
Sometime in October? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, to give a couple weeks for applicants and then have preliminary interviews, and so you're looking probably after town meeting, the end of October, I would say.
Okay, all right. Well, I'd be agreeable to that. Entertain a motion from the board to allow the town administrator to do the initial search and provide us with three finalists, or 3 candidates for the position.
Well, I still would like to see all the resumes. I'd like to see all the applicants. I don't mind you reducing.
You want to see the
it down
resumes
to
or the
maybe-
list of applicants?
I'd like to see the resumes.
Okay.
I'd like to see you reduce it down to 6, not 3.
Why don't we say a minimum of 3? I can't guarantee I'll have 6,
Okay.
Tom. I mean, I'm not going to send someone up who's
Sure.
not qualified.
Yeah, you need some candidates that are qualified.
So I can't guarantee you I'm going to have 6.
Well, based upon, the replacements that we've done thus far, we haven't had problems with applicants.
You haven't had a problem with applicants. That's true. you've
Well,
had a
it's
problem
qualified
finding
applicants,
a whole lot of really qualified applicants. That's
I'm
been a
comfortable
problem.
with the
We'll
minimum
get
of
plenty of
3.
applicants.
Why don't you give us a minimum of 3 if you feel there's a 4th or 5th that are
If there's
worthy
a
of
couple
looking
out
at,
there,
give that
you
to
know,
it. Yeah,
if it's
okay.
close, we'll send the extra ones up to you, but I
Okay.
just from looking at what's been going on, I can't
Support
guarantee
that.
6.
Okay, I'll
Okay,
support
so
that.
we'll take a motion to give us, that the town administrator is gonna give us, do the initial screening and give us a minimum of 3 applicants.
I make, so moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
The last article of the night, before we get to the facility requests, is the opening of town meeting warrant for articles. So I'd like to take a motion to open up the town meeting warrant.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town meeting warrant is open from now until the morning of October 2nd to provide us with warrant articles for the town meeting.
With that being said, I have a petition with the required signatures that I'd like to have listed on the town warrant.
Okay?
As a petition article, the clerk has certified the 10 signatures. It goes on the warrant. So,
Okay, so this is going to be presented to the clerk tomorrow?
No, it's already,
clerk's already certified the
It's
It's already been
signatures.
done,
It's
okay.
already- Yep,
That's already
she
been-
certified the 10 signatures,
Okay.
so it'll go on the warrant. I don't know if Mr. Tarnovelis wants to let people know what it is.
the petition is to increase the Board of Selectmen from 3 to 5. Do you want me to read the whole thing?
No, I mean, that's the gist of it, but it requires, just to let people hear it, it's not just a town meeting vote, it also, the way it's drafted, and under the state law, this would be a home rule petition to the legislature, which would require approval by the legislature, I think a two-thirds vote of town, two-thirds vote of the legislature.
Right.
Both House and Senate, and then signature of the governor before it goes into law. That's as it's drafted.
And this was reviewed by Tom Mullen to make sure that we didn't have any drafting snafus. So he reviewed it, and this is the final version that Tom approved.
So you're presenting a warrant article to increase the Board of Selectmen
Correct.
without any reasoning, without any discussion, without any public meetings, without any involvement of the electorate in the town? You're not asking the people to vote on it? Something that affects the entire town, and you're asking to circumvent all the process that you want to promote in all your paraphernalia. Your voice counts, and be heard, but you're doing the opposite here. You're doing something that, where the people that would vote on it aren't going to get the chance to vote on it.
Well, I think it's because of the two votes that the Board of Selectmen made that overruled the townspeople's votes that gave rise to the people pretty much begging for this to occur.
What people?
Well,
Different people living in town.
And when-
So
and-
far, I've talked to well over 100 people and only received 2 negative comments.
I've received many. Absolutely many.
Different
I've
strokes,
received
different
hundreds.
Understand what you said. Going to town meeting is the public input.
No, town ballot is the town vote. This should go to a town ballot.
And that is,
Hey.
Jim, that,
But
in our
doesn't-
charter.
It doesn't go to
The
ballot.
process is to go to town meeting, isn't it, first?
Well,
And
there
then
are,
it goes to the legislature, and then it goes to the ballot, right?
No, they're
No.
asking him not to do it to ballot. He didn't ask for it to go to
This as
ballot.
drafted does not go to the ballot.
They're asking the town not to vote on it.
So this doesn't go to the ballot.
The town meeting is the town vote.
No, town meeting is not the town vote. The state legislator is the one that's voting it in, not town meeting, not town vote.
But it's gonna be on a town meeting warrant.
Right,
Right.
Any voter in
That's the town vote.
Lynnfield can come.
right, that's a town meeting vote, which
Right.
would
So what
typically,
are you saying is not gonna have any
'cause
public input?
because we're gonna have 200 people at town meeting, like we always get.
Maybe we'll have more.
And there's 8,500 voters in town. All right? So you might get 400 people. So you're asking 400 people, and say half of them vote for it. So 200 people are gonna change the town charter. All right?
Well, if the others don't come, then why would they?
Because the process this is supposed to follow, it's supposed to go to town ballot. It's supposed to go to a town ballot.
According to what?
According to the rules for a home rule charter. okay? It goes to town ballot.
You have that paperwork to show us?
I don't have the paperwork, no. It's on the charters.
Well,
It's in- it's
this
in-
is what I went through with Tom Mullen, and this is what.
All right, so the same person that's asking for the town to have a voice is saying he's not going to give the town a voice. He wants the state
Absolutely
legislature to
not.
decide.
I would like to know if Mr. Terranova was advised by town council that it could go to a ballot. Did he ever suggest
We
that?
talked about this well over a month ago. The exact details, I don't recall every single item. I wanted this to take effect as soon as possible. That was my goal.
Why?
Why? Because the
I mean, it's
people
like-
came to me,
What
as I
people?
said before, the people that live in Linfield.
Yeah, we talk about the town folks, people who?
What, I have to list names?
I'd like
Well,
to see names.
You've overridden town meeting twice. That's how little regard you have to the process.
We've never
So
overridden
let's-
town meetings. so
let's
that's
let-
never happened.
Let's, this is an important change for the town of Linfield. Let's just discuss, I want to understand the thought process.
Um,
One second, please.
I think you need to let the town vote at town meeting on the issue.
I didn't say they're not going to have.
Why? I don't even get what you're saying, that that you're not asking for the town for its vote.
No, we didn't.
Mrs.
You
Campbell.
just eliminate town meeting as a process that.
Mrs.
But
Campbell,
Tom-
you will not recognize the talk on this? Could we let Mr. Barrett please finish his statement?
I mean, I just wanted, because I heard about this, I would have liked if a fellow selectman was proposing something of this magnitude, I would have liked to have heard through the town administrator that you were proposing. I heard from when someone was getting signatures and someone called me up, and a number of people called me up, troubled. I want to know the why, what's broken. I think we've had I certainly, since I've been on the Board of Selectmen, we had a couple of positive comments about how we've been working tonight. What is the reason?
Well, that's tonight. What do we do about votes that the people have voted for which this board, not necessarily you?
I'm talking
This-
right now.
Let me finish, Chris. You
Yeah.
asked the question, let me answer it,
Answer
okay?
it.
So the Board of Selectmen have overrode 2 votes, okay? One was the Market Street, the paper street, and the second was giving 2 budgets for the people to review. Both of those were overridden by selectmen votes.
Which is untrue on both of those. Tom.
Can I just ask a question?
Whether those individuals will come to you with their feelings or not, it's up to them,
Okay,
not
but
me.
here's
I don't
a question.
control
This
that.
is I'm trying to see your thought process of something of this significance. I know the town of Air decided to go to a 3 to 5 after a study. They went right back to a 3. But I want to know your thought process on this. How would a 5-member Board of Selectmen help that situation? What if you got 4 selectmen or 3 selectmen that were supportive of, as you say, going against the vote of the people?
So they do.
So how does this fix it?
What this fixes, what this addresses, is the changing dynamics in this town.
How?
Well, we got Market Street, which is new. We have a lot of issues with traffic around town.
But I want to know how to go from going from 3 to
Because
5 and
now,
fix that.
now there's more selectmen out in the quote-unquote streets communicating with people. People have more access to the individuals, which then come to this table and voice the opinion of their supporters.
Still, how does it fix it?
What
What
just
is
said.
broken? So you're telling me that the town of Linfield and the Board of Selectmen is broke, and we have to act quickly. In 1 month, just listen, 1 month to reorganize the Board of Selectmen, go from 3 to 5, act that quickly.
Well, why are there?
Why wouldn't we put, here's the thing.
Why are there 5 people on the school board? You once said during one of our meetings that you enjoyed the 5-member board because you were allowed to communicate.
But I also said in that meeting that we could speak through the town administrator.
Right,
which you have yet to do.
which I have
That's
some
fine.
question whether we could do that.
Okay, as you said, Tom Mellon said to you you could do a certain thing, correct? With this,
Mhm.
Tom Mullen has also said we can speak through the town administrator, so you gotta listen to him
Okay.
both ways. But listen to me on this.
Mhm.
Why would you talked about the conservation land today,
Mhm.
and you wanted them to go before the planning board, because you wanted as much input from town boards.
Mhm.
This is a pretty significant change to the town of Linfield's government structure with, and I understand when the vote at town meeting, and I appreciate that,
Mhm.
but why wouldn't we put together, at least propose a study of a group to look at it? Just look at the significance of the change. You know what? Exclude the 3 selectmen. Let's have former selectmen, let's have town folks sit on that board from different boards and see if there's a need to change the charter.
But I'm doing this only because I was asked to do it.
Oh, so you're not being a leader on this? You're
I
doing it because
certainly
you were
am.
asked.
Many people have come to me, and this is the end result.
They came to you
Right.
now and said, Tom, we need a 5-member board of selectmen.
They want change. They want to be heard. They clearly want their voice to be heard.
And this is their solution.
And this is their.
So by
this
having their
is
voice
their
heard, you're not letting them vote on it at a ballot.
They're going to come to town meeting. That's a
Town meeting
vote.
gets a very small percentage of
It's
townspeople.
still a vote.
But
It's a
still a
very
vote.
small vote, it's
even-
not the town-wide
But Tom
vote.
and Phil, but besides the fact of the town, just listen to me on this, because I understand what you're saying with the school committee with the 5. But why wouldn't we as a community, with such a significant charter change, put together
Katie, I
a
know you got
group?
your hand up there speaking.
Why wouldn't you propose that with that type of change, other than just suddenly dropping? You'd even let us know that you were doing. At least I don't know if you let Phil know. I thought it would have been a courtesy to the fellow selectmen to let us know you're making a significant change to the
Hey,
board we're
I didn't
serving.
even know a year and 12, 14 months ago that Phil was talking to Kinder Morgan. I didn't
this-
know that Kinder Morgan had a definitive
This is
pipeline
the
road. No, but that is the problem. That's what people are coming to me. That's a perfect example.
So who are these people?
Yeah, here's.
How come I don't know them?
You know anybody on this list?
How come they aren't coming, how come I don't know that you
That's-
talk to them?
that's their
It's the same
prerogative.
thing. When
That's
a
their
resident comes
prerogative
to
to
you
come
and
to.
asks you a question,
I
all right,
don't know.
I can't tell you,
Yeah.
and I can't tell him, but I can work on it, just
Mhm.
like you've been working on that. It's the same exact thing. So why is it any different?
It's immensely different.
It's not different at all.
Because you actually changed the route for something that we probably
didn't-
should have fought back then.
I didn't
We
change the route.
We had people who actually
Can we
bought
just
houses
can we
a
just
year
step back,
ago
because this is very
that now
important.
are
This
stuck.
is an
This-
important.
this is a
Tom
huge-
and Phil.
There was 2 people that were here
This
that
is
are tremendously
this is an
upset
important.
about
This
that.
is an important decision for the town of Linfield.
Mhm.
If it passes, it could significantly change the direction of the community, because the current 3-member board of selectmen, the thing I like about it, is every April, the community of Linfield can stand up and take a 1/3 vote to significantly change the board and the direction of the Board of Selectmen having. The one thing I don't like about the school committee is that with a 5-member board, if you don't like the direction the schools are going, it's a lot more difficult to change the school committee. Linfield is very fortunate. It's not because I served on the school committee, but we have a very effective school committee.
So what would make you think a 5-member board of selectmen would not work?
Indecision. We have a strong
So
executive.
did the school board work
Well,
effectively?
the school board is, Linfield's very fortunate,
Oh,
but
so
it's
that's an
policy.
exception.
No, it's policy. The school policy is
Come
far
on, Chris.
different.
So the school board's an exception to the norm. The board of selectmen will be a catastrophe. It goes to 5.
No,
Come on.
why wouldn't you study it? Why would you not study it further?
Because what you're saying doesn't make sense.
Sense. But these are discussions we should have.
Tom, you don't have to look far to see how bad a 5-member board works. Look at the town of Saugus.
Yeah.
Look at the town of North Reading. Look at
Wait,
Swampscott.
what happened in
They're-
Saugus
They
was
get
different.
terrible,
They
terrible
had
boards.
people acting
Yeah.
different.
Their government.
You know?
Very closely.
They're, because they're dysfunctional. You know?
Know what you have to say.
Yeah, they know it. You don't have to tell them. They're already aware of it. Katie, go ahead and ask your question.
First of all, spirited debate is good. But what I wanted to point out was part of the reason, well, first let me just say, these are the communities that I just looked on the internet who has 5-member boards. Hamilton, Reading, Gloucester, Rockport, North Reading, Wakefield, Winchester, Topsfield, Georgetown, Rowley, Ipswich, Middleton, Boxford, Marblehead, Manchester by the Sea, Lexington, and Concord. So those are some of the boards right there. The other thing is, and Chris, I know you and I can go through this debate. This 5-member board has been discussed for a long time. We saw at our last selectman election, we both ran. We had a huge turnout as far as people voting. There was a 35 vote difference between you and I, probably the closest that has ever been in Linfield, okay?
I don't disagree with the facts.
Right. What happened, I'll be very candid with you. The phone started ringing off the hook because traditionally the way this board has been working has been 2 against 1. Everybody's trying to be well-meaning, but it's been 2 against 1. And people, when you were voted in, historically and traditionally what happens is the 3rd-year selectman becomes the chairman. That was broken. And there was a lot of concern
That's
over that.
tradition.
Because you
Correct.
voted, you
Yep.
did not vote the third member, the third-year selectman,
Yep,
okay?
correct.
So, now what's happened since then, during my campaign, I talked about the pipeline, I talked about the signs, Pearly Burl. We've got issues, there are issues at Market Street. Last week, when the pipeline came up at the last selectman meeting, you weren't aware of it. And it's not your fault.
No.
No,
wait,
you
wait.
said, I'd like to get involved with this.
No.
There are so,
Katie,
and I'm not
well,
blaming
let me just
this on
correct
you.
you on that. Let me correct you on that
Well,
point.
I'm so interested in being corrected, thank you.
Because you certainly will have.
Because we have it on tape.
Here's the thing. I didn't say I didn't know about it. Tom had brought up a group I want to know a whole lot more about joining.
Right.
I'm not
Okay,
going to
that's
just,
fine.
as a selectman, sign Linfield up for any
Okay.
group that comes in the
All
door.
right, and you're asking
Corrected.
for names. I have collected, I've collected over 150 names, and I'm working full-time and getting kids into college. People want more representation. The town is changing. That's what's happening. I mean, you can go back and forth all you want. The people have asked for it. At town meeting, we did things like approve Market Street. That changed the town. It was good for the town. The town meeting is very important. It's something that the people have been asking for. It hasn't been made up. We have hundreds of signatures. No, we're not going to give you everybody's name and number so you can call them. But with the town vote, town meeting will decide what's going to happen. But this is the list. And I appreciate the opportunity for us to live in a democratic society and to be able to go to town meeting and vote. So thank you very
And
much.
We don't disagree with that.
Ellen?
Just a whole lot more thought should be put into it.
Hi, Ellen Crawford. Two things. Would you please clarify that you did not overturn two votes that were made at town meeting? And also, there was a petition circulated in here tonight for this, and I'm not sure if that's allowed, appropriate, illegal, or anything, or if it's part of
Well, I
what
know
this
one was going around
warrant
the
is
middle
tonight.
school, and I know there
That
was
was
a lot
going
of
around this
I know,
room
but there
this
was one
evening.
going around the middle school, and there were complaints
Yeah,
to
so
the schools
I'm
on
not
that.
sure, but I just wanted to bring that forward.
Thank you. Mr. Boudreau, should a petition be circulated in this room during the
I don't
selectmen's
believe
meeting?
that circulating a petition is illegal. Nomination papers in a public building are illegal.
Yep.
Excuse me, I'd just like to add, I'm not sure people knew what they were signing. I was just, because I was sat in here when people were signing, it was just passed along. I'm just going to express that.
Yeah, I can't address that. All I can say is that I don't think it's illegal.
I'm just saying what I witnessed.
I don't think it's illegal for a petition article to be signed in the town hall. I know it is illegal to sign nomination papers, but I don't believe it's illegal to sign
Right.
the petition article.
And as far as overturning town meeting vote, that's a fallacy. It's a myth that both Katie Shea and Mr. Terranova like to put out there for their own benefit. No town meeting vote has been overturned, and we are certainly aware of that. And the way it was handled by the Board of Selectmen was the correct way at the time. So that's just another misleading information that gets put out there.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I'm going to speak up here.
Go ahead, Heather.
This emotion's got to stop. This is ridiculous. 2 against 1, all this stuff. This is our town. We live here. We have to get along, and we have to figure it out. This is out of control, and people that are watching this on television must think this is like a 3-ring circus.
Heather, we've had hundreds of
I'm
votes. Excuse me. We've had hundreds of votes on this board. Many of them have been 3-0, 2-1 in different forms of shape, okay? So whether or not it's a 2-1 vote on certain issues that you might be concerned with, it's just the way it
Is
works.
this how we behave at work? I mean, is this how we behave in our neighborhoods?
The way
I
the
mean,
boards work,
No,
yes.
this has got to stop.
Well,
And
Heather,
so-
I thought you were very positive about how this board was working. I think you made some public comments
I
that
know,
were
but what's
televised.
t-
Yeah?
right
No?
now at this moment?
of
This
minutes
is
ago.
ridiculous. This has got to stop. I mean,
Here's the
if
thing.
the
I don't-
decision, Chris, wait, let me finish. If this is a decision that's going to come, we're going to vote on something 5 versus 3, then let it be put in front of the
3 to
town and
2.
let the people decide.
I agree.
Let the people decide, but let's stop. The emotions got to stop.
Here's the thing. I don't disagree. I think you're not understanding what we're saying here.
What am I not understanding, Chris?
I understand it'll go before town meeting. I think if you'd proposed as he did with the fields, the Oreo cookie presentation with the fields, where we almost went another direction. Thank God we went with the direction that we got with the fields. The second change to government that Selectman Terranova supported at town meeting, thank God, got turned down swiftly. And I'm confident that town meeting will also vote this down. I just would hope that we'd have a whole lot more thought put into this type of change
Well,
than we
this,
do
it's
now.
been in the newspaper, it's a democracy, and we can all vote on it. But we
Disagree.
have a town administrator who has to sit here and listen to this, and we're trying to run a town. So let's catch ourselves, not be emotional, and think it through. But
We are
it's ve-
trying to think
well,
it through.
the people that are watching this on TV and the people that are in this room are seeing a lot of agitation. So this
Well,
is...
it's a change. It's a significant change to town government.
Well,
I
let's talk
certainly will
about
be
it.
concerned.
Good.
That's called concern for the future of Linfield.
All
So
right.
thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome. Thanks for dismissing me.
Hi, Regina Homan, 1 Sylvan Terrace. I just want to say, as just an observer, when I listen to what you are saying and your opposition to it, it makes me, as a citizen and voter of the town, like, why would you be opposed, other than the fact that you're saying you won't get things done? All these other towns have 5 selectmen. Your opposition alone says to me that there's something wrong with having 5 people instead of 3. Because why? Because you won't
think-
have your vote.
Not.
That's what it says to me as a
Well,
regular citizen
I
of
can tell you because I
Linfield.
made the points. I can tell you right now. I'm just concerned that there hasn't been a lot of thought, study about the change.
Katie just listed off a ton of all the towns around us that have
It's
5.
just because there
That's
isn't enough
the norm. That is a normal. It's 2015.
That's how we make decisions because
I
of other
don't-
towns? Just because
Yeah,
other towns do it?
yeah,
I
yeah.
think other towns want to be like
In the very
Linfield.
beginning of the whole process here, I've talked to tons of people who said, "Why don't we have 5?" What they're baffled why we don't have 5. It's almost archaic. So,
Well, she didn't mention the dozens of towns that have 3 that are much happier with the 3.
well, we don't know that they're much happier,
Oh,
really.
we do. I've done
All
the
those
survey.
towns would like to be
And-
Linfield, I know
and
that, I'm
the
confident.
towns
I
around
think,
us would love to be
a
Linfield.
little diversity is a good thing. Should I stop?
Mr. Ritchie? Dennis?
It's my opinion. I mean, I think, it's 3 male, 3 white males on I mean, you could have, it's a few other, I feel like you just made a face at something that I said.
No,
Oh,
Dennis
you went,
Ritchie has a question.
No, I was acknowledging the gentleman behind you that he'd
Thank
be
you.
next. Mr. Ritchie?
We have a charter. Dennis Ritchie, 1 Daventry Court. We have a charter. That charter specifies how we rule and govern ourselves. This warrant article asks us to throw that away. The charter hasn't been touched since 1971. Why wouldn't we look at reviewing the whole charter and determining if our whole form of government needs to change, instead of taking a single event and running it down the train tracks at the speed of light to make something happen, when you want to really think it through and look at all the other elements that go into this? Home rule is by the people. You form groups that collect data, that flow it all the way up to the top so that the people can vote. This is not home rule. This is anarchy.
Well, Dennis, the process should be a charter commission, which we would appoint, and then they would bring their recommendations, they would review the entire charter, and they would bring their recommendations back to the town to vote on at a ballot. And that's the proper way to vote a charter change.
That's exactly
Mr. Bork.
Mr. Chairman, as you know, and I think most people in Linfield know, I've served on this board for 12 years. I attended over those years a number of the Mass Municipal Association selectmen's meetings, conferences where you go and sit side by side with other members of boards of selectmen across the state. And at each one of them, we would talk about the construction of our board and how we got things done and how things worked in Linfield. And I can only tell you that in several of them, and on numerous occasions, people that were on 5- and 7-member boards of selectmen just marveled at our ability to do things with 3 that they couldn't do with 5 because it's cumbersome and slow. But more importantly than that, every single time we've changed the charter in Linfield, we've had a charter commission to study it. Every single major thing that we do in Linfield has a committee or someone to take a look at it. Whether it's the Fields Committee, whether it's the Market Street Committee, whether it was any number of committees in this town that explored what the best alternatives were. It was a cross-section of town residents, town voters who cared about the town and wanted the best interests looked after to measure them. We have a charter that survived the history of Linfield. Hasn't been revised since 1971 because there hasn't been a need to revise it. If you go in and look at the charter, it's pretty clear-cut about how the town was supposed to operate, and in my opinion, it's pretty clear-cut that the town operates that way. If there are members of the Board of Selectmen that don't get along with each other, and I'm not casting any stones here, but they should try to work out their differences so that the town benefits from having multiple opinions. Ms. Shea got up and spoke. She ran for election. She didn't win the last election. Maybe it would be different if she was on the board, but she isn't. To now go in and try to change the composition of the Board of Selectmen so that we can have an election in April where 5 people are going to run for office, and I'm sure Ms. Shea would like to run again. Mr. Terranova is up for re-election, and I'm sure they have someone at the Fellowship of the Miserable that they all belong to that wants to run with them, okay? Because I'm tired of it in town, of this name calling and all the rest of all these dirty people. Yeah, right, but it's, excuse me, I have the floor, thank you, okay? You can get up and speak all you'd like, but I'm tired of listening to all this moaning and groaning and mumbling about all the corruption down here at Town Hall. We've got a blog operating in town that continually sails the characters of multiple people who have spent a lot of time building a reputation in this community, including the members of this board. It works to the advantage of one single individual, and this is another example of how they're trying to further their interests of a small group against the best interests of the town of Linfield. I would strongly encourage this board to do everything they can to keep a 5-member board from happening in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. This woman here?
My name is Karen Round. I'm 82 Main Street. I came here, I came here about the library. I'm not really a very excited person to get up and speak in forums like this, so this it takes a little bit to propel me to the microphone. But I just have to say that, you know, to have a proposal like this made this late in the evening, I don't have any history here. I don't have pros and cons sides here, but I am shocked that at 10:15, when the room is somewhat empty, that this kind of proposal that has such a serious consequence to the town, that you would not be open, Mr. Terranova, to at least discussing it and having it more open for a little bit more feedback than from the people that signed the petition. If you're worried about, you know, I don't think it's sufficient to have a town meeting this decided at town meeting either, because as we know from past, that town meetings can often be represent a very small proportion of the town. And if anything, I strongly recommend that at least, I have no objection to the proposal, but I would strongly urge us to consider it seriously, and then that at the bare minimum, that it be put to ballot, that it should not just be something decided at the town meeting. So
I could not, I think you perfectly stated it. I could not agree more. Thank you for that comment. Really appreciate it.
Dennis?
Dennis Ritchie, 1 Daventry Court. So 5% of the Linfield voting population is interested in this happening? When does 5% rule 95%?
Jim, can I just ask you a question just on process? And certainly you have a whole lot of experience with municipal government. Of this change, this magnitude of a change was discussed here, and I can't agree more. She perfectly stated it, so thank you once again. Is this the way this would be proposed, or would there not be a study or a charter commission to look at this?
You can do it several different ways.
Yeah.
You can do a charter commission, which is a formal process. And the charter commission requires that any changes go to town meeting, they get approved at town meeting, they get approved by the legislature, and then they come back and they go on the ballot. That's a very formal process. Or you can do it through a home rule petition as is being presented here. That home rule petition can be in the form that Tom has filed it, which is a town meeting vote, and then going to the legislature, or to answer Mrs. Campbell's question from earlier, it can have a requirement that it go to the ballot. So you can do it either way. So, Mrs. Campbell, it can go to the ballot. No, it doesn't have to go to the ballot. So those are the ways to do it. It's really, it's a town-by-town thing. The one that I did was recently in Norwell. They had a charter commission. It was actually brought to the town meeting by petition to have a charter commission.
Yeah.
And there was a charter commission. There were significant changes made across the scope, including in the town administrator's position, and they went to a 5-member board of selectmen.
And how long did they take to go through that process?
A year.
Yeah, that's
So
not
they-
a month.
they-
So it wasn't a month. It was a
Well,
year.
the charter commission was passed at the town meeting in May. The moderator appointed the charter commission, and they reported back at the next annual town meeting.
Yep.
Pat?
In regard to a charter commission, I've talked about that with various people in town for about 5 years. And I decided that you have to be careful what you ask for. Because I asked for a master plan, and we had a wonderful amount of parent involvement. My PTA had on that one, of public involvement. And it never went, as the previous master plan had gone, to town meeting for a vote. So after all the public input to the master plan, the goals and policy statement, which this is a summary of, we then had all the town officials deciding how those goals and policies should be followed, and never took it to town meeting for a vote. So I'm very careful what I ask for. I am one of the people that's been talking for some time about 5 selectmen, and these are some of the reasons. There's too much work for 3 selectmen. We have Union Hospital. We have Pearly Burrows. Pearly Burrows has been in trouble for many years, and yet we've just addressed it within the last year or so. The pipeline, 14 months it was known about until it came to the public only last month. And you yourself know, Mr. Boudreau, I did ask you, when are you going to let the abutters know, right? At the senior center, I asked you that, in front of the police chief and Jane Trombley and several other seniors. Yeah.
2 weeks ago, yeah.
That was a couple of weeks ago. So there's an awful lot of work for 3 selectmen to do. And then if 2 of you, the planning board, for example, is now working to look at the master plan. They have 2 people from the 5-member board looking at the master plan. This board can't do that. 2 of you cannot work together because it would be a violation of the open meeting law. That's one of the big advantages of 5 selectmen. I have found, as my 22 years, I've only missed 1 town meeting, and I've been to multiple meetings of Conservation Committee, Personnel Board. I find it intriguing, and still do. I get discouraged sometimes, but too much has become delegated to a town administrator, and that's casting no aspersions on our new town administrator by any means. All of the selectmen presently work. Many people that could be elected work. They have families. There's deep, deep issues, such as the budget, the debt we're in. That was a big issue in the last campaign for selectmen. The pipeline, the hospital, traffic, Center Farm, CVS, the problems at Market Street, which, by the way, didn't turn out the way most of us expected. It went to the selectmen, and somehow the little New England architecture changed. I have the originals on that too, on the Market Street proposal and the design agreement, but what we voted on was changed. I think we need more insight. There is, I observe, too much secrecy with what goes on, if you can forgive my word. I think it needs more people looking at the issues, more people working together, two at a time, as long as it's not a quorum of the selectmen. As far as Market Street's concerned, Davio's owner said in a North Shore magazine, Steve DiFilippo, they're building a city up there. I think that was a very cogent observation. We are now dealing with a lot of city issues. I've never before heard, in all my 22 years, I've never heard a hearing on a suspension of a license in Linfield. We have multiple liquor licenses up there now. We have people flipping over at the Rotary. Somebody passed me the other day when I was on the Rotary. It's a one lane, going at fast speed. I don't know if he was escaping from somewhere or what. Other town boards in this very town have more than 3 members. Finance committee, school committee, library, planning board. So people can work together. You can't do that on the selectmen. I have for years thought a charter review was necessary. I did talk to Mr. Terranova about it. I did collect signatures. And it is not overturning an entire charter. Although our charter is 42 years old. And Linfield has changed a bit in 42 years. Just in the 22 I've been here. I think it's a good plan to start with 5 selectmen as far as a charter review is concerned. I know Saugus did a charter review
Are you in
with
favor of
Peter.
the charter review? Is that what you're saying?
I think it's a start for a change in the charter. I think another thing that I've thought about is we are tied into the first Monday in April. We have no leeway. That might be another place
I think it's
that we
Saturday
might
morning.
look at
I don't disagree.
change.
Because I appreciate your points you're making. I really do.
I hope you'll
And-
consider
but-
them.
But here's what, the thing you've said that I think is very important is careful what you ask for. My thoughts is to remain with a 3-member. If the town of Linfield wants to proceed and look at a 5-member Board of Selectmen, I will absolutely get behind the town of Linfield. What I'm saying is to hold true to that statement. Careful what you ask for. I think we got to be very careful. I think a review of charter, I think town meeting, I think I talked to someone the other day, why don't we have it on Saturday morning to get more people to town meeting? I think that's something to look at. I mean, is it something we make a decision on tonight, change for the town of Linfield? No, I think we have to have a discussion. I think as was discussed about having, just let's pause. Let's have a review of our charter. And I will exclude myself from that group, and I will let other people in town take a look at it. But I just think it's something we have to look at the pros and the cons of a 3-member as opposed to a 5-member. I think it's a big change for town government. You might end up look at it.
I think it's a big positive change.
But you think
Because you need to engage more people. For instance, I was thinking when Phil mentioned that he couldn't go to a meeting tonight, would have been a good move to ask some other people to go to that meeting that that gentleman suggested last time. You need more people. You have to admit there's such big issues. We need more brains to be looking at them, just like on all our other committees.
that's why we also need the brains to be looking at this change and be careful what we ask for.
No, hold on a second. Mrs. Campbell, I can't tell you how much I disagree with most of the things you said. I know you're.
I was aware of that when I read the
I mean, if you want to support that, and I know you're part of that support group, and that's why you're doing that and speaking about it today. You talk about a 5-member board, all right? You talk about transparency, you talk about ability to get things done, okay? What I hear is that Selectman Terranova doesn't have enough time to get things done, because I certainly do. All right, I have no problem getting work done on this board, and I haven't had it for years. I haven't had, all right? So, well, he's the one asking for the change, and you said that has to do with getting things done. And that's what his quote was in the paper, that there's so many things. I am not twisting. You said we got all these things to work on, and we need more people to do it. It is absolutely true.
You can't admit that there's huge issues. You hid the pipeline from us for 14 months.
I didn't hide the pipeline. The pipeline was very well known. You know, Mrs. Merritt's right in the back room. She talked about the pipeline with all the neighbors.
Talk to her privately because of her
Because she called me just like you called Mr. Terranova. So don't get me going with that. And then I'll tell you, a 5-member board creates a lack of transparency. Okay, a 5-member board creates open meeting law issues. All right? First off, when 2 members talk, and then one of those members goes and talks to a 3rd member, that's an open meeting law violation. Happens all the time on a 5-member board. It's a big issue they have with those boards. Secondly, if two members are talking and working on an issue, it never gets discussed here, because they're talking about it over there. Every issue that comes in front of this town gets discussed here for the first time in public. We don't discuss it privately. We aren't talking about it with some other selectmen, on the side. Okay, that's the issue with a 5-member board. And there's no reason, Mr. Terranova didn't give one good reason to bring a 5-member board to a vote in 1 month. Yeah. Mrs. Merritt?
Hi, Beverly Merritt. Mr. Terranova, just tell me, why are you opposed to putting this on the ballot?
Because people want an immediate change.
What's the rush?
You'd have to talk to all the individuals that want the change.
Don't you think we, as a
Seal the envelope.
community, have the responsibility and obligation to let the entire community have an opportunity to vote on this?
Sure, October 19th is that time.
But they can't always make town meeting.
Well, people can't always vote either,
Well, no, but they can do absentee.
but they still sometimes
And they
don't
do,
do
because
that
I used to
either.
work at the polls. They do a lot of
Right, and we
absentee.
get, 25, tops 3,000 out of how many
Well-
thousands of people?
But it still gives them an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
It's still, but back to the original question, what's the rush?
This is what people have asked me to
So what are we talking about? Town, election is in April.
do. Mm-hmm.
It's less than a year away. What's the rush?
This is, all I can say, this is what people want.
Okay, that doesn't
If
satisfy me.
If you don't like it, you don't like it, that's fine.
No, it's not
There are
even
other
that.
people there are other people that want immediate change, and that's what this is saying.
But that's not whether I like it or not. It's a question of giving the community at large an opportunity to vote on it.
But that's
And
what
we're not doing
October
that
19th
unless we
is
put it
for.
on the ballot.
And October 19th is for that. That's a vote.
No, I don't agree with
Okay,
that.
that's
Thank
fine.
you.
Do you want to speak?
I want to know, I'm not hearing why you're so strongly opposed to it.
I've given you the why, because I'm opposed for this.
They're not substantive to me, so, no, to say that,
Here it
two
is.
people are going to
Okay,
talk.
no, here's this. No, I didn't say that. You might disagree with what I'm
Mr.
saying.
Crawford
That's
did.
fine. One, I think an executive structure of 3-member board is far more effective. The communities that were just read to us, each one of them would rather be Linfield. I'm confident to say that. I'm proud enough to be Linfield. Two,
Very.
no, not very, because I'm
No.
proud of Linfield. Not at all.
I
But
think
here, let me
that's-
continue on. Let me continue on, please. The other reason is I feel strongly about a 3-member board of selectmen. Selectman Terranova agrees for a 5. You want a 5. I just think, as Patty said, let's be careful in what we ask for. Let's just be careful. Let's have a process, and let's study it. And you know what? After the study, I might come away and say, you know what? Those are good points. We've thought them through.
All right,
But to
so-
rush it in 1 month.
So without a study,
Irresponsible.
can you just give me your gut strong reason for not having 5? I mean, just that it's going to take more time to...
See, I have plenty of time to be a selectman, so I don't have any troubles with being a selectman. I never had trouble when I was on the school committee. I have plenty of time. I dedicate my time to this community. I don't know if there's other selectmen who have that trouble right now, and they think we got to share the responsibilities to 2 other board members here. What I want is to just pause, put together a committee or a charter review, and take a look at it. Simple as that. And I don't know what the rush is. I think, as Beverly said, what is the rush? In 1 month, we have to decide on this. Can you give me a good reason? What's the rush? You
What
tell-
is the why is
Can
this
you
such
tell me
a
the
st-
rush?
I don't know. Get up to speed. We've had a 3-board member.
Can you give me
three,
a reason
yeah,
why
let's
one-
get up to speed with what's going. We have a lot of issues.
So-
I think there should be more members of representing.
And act that quickly.
Accessible to it. Well, I don't understand this opposition to, to I don't understand your promoting. Let's step
Charter
back
review?
and study.
Absolutely. I don't
well,
just, as we were talking about, when Katie said that I didn't know about the pipeline, what I had said is, before we join any group or do anything, let's learn about it. Let's learn about what the group's about. I'm not going to make quick decisions for the town of Linfield with thought into it, because the decisions we make on the board or town meeting or on the ballot could negatively affect the direction Linfield takes. I think it's important we keep Linfield moving in the right direction.
I don't understand if you have more people, more, input, why that would be a bad thing. I'm just not
So
getting
would you be
that.
in favor of having a longer discussion with a charter review about the positives and the negatives?
Well, this has been long with just 3,
Oh, so
and
you
I don't think
you
that, I don't know that it's going to be
think
any
the 12
longer
people-
or shorter.
The
I
12
mean,
people in this room should really, this is the discussion we want to have about the future of the Board of Selectmen in the town of Linfield? I don't think so.
Okay, look, I think we should move on. That article will get put on the ballot, and that warrant article will move forward. He's got the petition moving forward. He's done that part properly, and we'll have to allow it on the warrant article.
Jim, quickly on that, someone on the planning board told me that this change to charter, they think, because it was proposed to them that the 3 Board of Selectmen supported it, and they were surprised when they read the papers when 2 were against it. They said their understanding of this is that it would have to go to ballot no matter what, change of charter.
No, it is not required that it goes to the ballot.
Yeah.
And I asked Tom that when I learned about it, because the charter changes that I've been through have been charter changes. They're required to go to the ballot. It is not required to go to the ballot.
So all the ones you've been, have required to go to the ballot?
Well, they've been charter changes. They've had a charter commission, and this is focused on one particular issue. Those have been entire charters. So it's a much bigger, more formal process than changing one. Generally, they would go on the ballot.
Yeah.
The legislature would have the option, if they felt that it should go on the ballot, that they can amend a home rule petition. That's their prerogative.
They could also turn it down.
But it is not required to go on the ballot.
Can you amend this on the floor, town meeting?
Yes, you can amend a petition article on the floor of town meeting. It cannot be amended now. So if Mr.
Yeah.
Terranova said, hey, I agree, we'll put it on the ballot, he cannot do that because the people have signed the petition that is before us. So it cannot be amended with the exception of technical changes by the board or by the town administrator. If the site on the chapter is wrong, that would be a technical change that I can make to put it on the warrant so to be correct. But once it goes to town meeting floor, it is a warrant article, like all warrant articles. It can be amended in any different ways.
Majority vote?
Yes. Majority vote, right? I'm pretty sure, yeah.
It's majority vote.
Yep. So, yeah, it can be amended. So, and those
Majority vote
amendments.
for it overall to pass.
Majority vote to pass town meeting, not a 2/3.
And the last change, it was overwhelmingly opposed by town meeting. Back in October, a year ago, yeah.
Yeah, I was at that town meeting, yeah.
I'm confident
So-
it'll be fine.
So that, just so people understand, the way this was worded, if it passes, it goes to the legislature. The legislature and the governor pass it. The expansion of the board, the additional members, Mr. Terranova's up next year. There'd be a 3-year term, a 3-year term, and a 2-year term. So the 2 additional members would be on the ballot. If it went to a public ballot, if it went to the election, then the question of expanding the Board of Selectmen would be on the April 2016 ballot. And if that passed, the vote to add the extra members would then be April of 17. Okay? So
We'd have an open selectman seat and a vote on the increase in the selectmen?
If it
If it
had
was
to,
amended on the
if it was
floor
on the
at town meeting,
ballot,
we'd have that in
correct,
April.
then Tom's would be up, Tom's position's up, and there'd be a question whether you wanted to expand the Board of Selectmen.
With that.
If
in the
it
ballot.
passes in the form that Tom has submitted it, there'd be Tom's seat,
Yeah.
and I'm not picking on Tom, just Tom's seat, and then I believe it's a 3 and a 2-year term that you specify. So you specify the other 2 seats, and then the way the board would then work, Tom would be a 2, when Tom's up in 2 years, 3 years, he'd be a 2-seat, you'd be a 2-seat, and Phil would be the 1 seat. So the next election would be, Phil would be the single, because I think, Phil, you're up in 17. So Phil's seat would be the single, and then the other 2 seats would be doubles.
Clear as mud.
You're not alone.
Careful what you ask for.
Just one thing for Katie, Wakefield's actually a 7-member Board of Selectmen. Yeah.
7, yeah.
Ever thought of a 7?
No, Chris, but whether, if I was sitting in your seat, I'd be in support of the 5. I mean,
Why not,
your
but-
normal had 5, right? Past 5?
We just did a charter change 3 years ago, and we went from 3 to 5.
And how'd it work out?
Depends who you talk to.
How did you think it worked out?
You know, for me, I've worked with 5-member boards, I've worked with 3-member boards. Board's a board, it's not.
Town of Air went from 3 to 5 to 3.
It's not how many people are on the board, it's who you're actually working with on the board. So I could tell you to take you to people in Norwell that thought the 5-member board was the greatest thing in the world, now they hate it. And I can take you to people who voted against it and they think it's great. So it really depends on where you're sitting. From my point of view, it's, you know, I'll tell you this, the 5-member board, the meetings go a little longer, so I'm not really looking at 11 o'clock.
We could have a recess. Come
That's
back.
just the people that they elected and know. They like to talk, the extra 2 members. But, you know, it's 6, from the administrator's point of view, it's 6 and 1 half dozen another. It really is. I've worked with both, and, you know, I've had good boards and bad boards. I'm 5 and 3, so.
All right, Mr. Switzerland, we're going to move on.
Thank you.
We have a couple of town facility requests. One's for the South Fire, for a Linfield High School volleyball car wash, October 3rd, or possibly the 4th. Any comments or questions on that? I'll take a motion to approve.
I'm making a motion to approve the Linfield High School volleyball car wash.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Wakefield Chamber of Commerce and Friends and Linfield Public Library at the Linfield Public Library have changed the date for their one-day liquor license to November 14th, or the week of November 14th. Is that right, Bob?
Yes,
Is
they're
that the week?
asking for a little extension on both ends as they did before.
Right.
So they can move the liquor in and out.
Yep.
And the ABCC will allow 2 days prior, 2 days after to give you that chance, so you don't have a technical violation by bringing the liquor a day before or picking it up a day later.
Correct. And they indicated they had a place to store it and keep it safe
Yes.
while I was there. And we had already approved this for a different date, so I'd take a motion to approve the new date of November 14th.
So moved.
Second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We have the minutes from August 17th. I had a couple minor corrections in there.
Tom had some corrections as well. Would you like me to bring it back next time to incorporate?
Yeah, we can bring it back next time.
He wants to send you the corrections, and we'll talk about it again next week? All right.
Also, Bob, do you know when will the minutes be out for the executive session?
The board has to vote those out of executive session.
Okay.
So when the board feels it's no longer,
So when that issue becomes public, then we vote on those minutes?
The issue for which the matter for which the executive session is called is no longer germane, then those matters become public. So if we have an executive session to discuss contract negotiations, when that contract is signed, then those become public.
Mhm.
So if you have a pending lawsuit, they stay closed until the lawsuit is.
Okay.
And I know it's late, but I had a couple of thank yous that I'd like to put at the end here. I wanted to thank the Friends of the Library for the volunteer appreciation reception we had at the Meeting House on Town Common It was a great time. It was nice to show our appreciation to all the people that volunteer in town. And then we have, I want to thank Reverend Bailey. He's going to do a 9/11 remembrance in front of the police and fire station, 8:30 Friday morning for the 9/11 remembrance. So, thank you, Reverend Bailey. Anything else? Take a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, Linfield.
Thank you. Karen.